Welcome, everyone. I call meeting 34 of the Toronto East York Community Council back to order. Members, we have 50 items remaining on the agenda, plus another 7 to introduce. What I propose we do is that we first introduce the new business, then work through the items that are that do not have scheduled deputations until 10 o'clock, which is when our next set of scheduled items are. And then we proceed with items that have deputants, complete those, and then go back and pick up any remaining business. Fair enough?
Mr. Chair, that sounds fair. There is no speakers tab in the TMM meeting management system, so at least it's not on my screen when I open it up. So I'm just wondering if that's something the clerks could post or circulate, just so that we all know where we are in the speakers list. That'd be helpful. Thank you very much.
No problem. The clerks are right now working to resolve that, and it should be fixed momentarily. Okay, so to begin today's business, I need a motion to introduce items 234 through 240. Councillor Matlow, all those in favor, opposed, carried. We won't go straight to those because they weren't pre-circulated, so that'll give you a little bit of time to look at them. Looking at the items that do not have deputation scheduled today, the first one I have is TE 34.10. Councillor Matlow, are you ready to dispose of that yet? It's
let me just catch up. Which item is that?
1801 Eglinton.
No, there's actually an active discussion happening right now.
Okay, very good. Then we will go to TE 34.31. Oh no, that's timed. TE 34.57, 15 Charles Street East and 16 Isabella's. For yesterday. For yesterday. Yeah.
I can move staff recommendations.
This is 15 Charles Street East and 16 Isabella Street, zoning amendment application request for direction report. Councillor Buxton Potts moves staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.59, inclusion on the City of Toronto. 59. Yeah. 57. I just did 57. I'm doing 59 now. Okay, item T. Oh, 59 is Councillor Fletcher. I'll hold that. You're witnessing a rare moment. I'm outrunning the clerks. That never happens. They're always telling me what to do. A little bit of revenge this morning. Okay. Yes.
Number 55, 56, 58.
56 and 58 were already complete. Okay. Councillor Mihevc, on your meeting monitor, at the top, you can filter the item status, and if you go to remaining, it will get rid of all the ones, less paperwork, right? Okay. Item TE 34.60, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Register, Queen Street East Properties. Councillor Bradford, that's yours.
Yeah, are we able to move on this?
I'm ready to do it.
Okay, very good. Yep, sorry.
So I believe you have
We
a
have a
motion?
motion here.
Yeah,
Yep, we have a motion here. And this is just asking Heritage Planning to undertake a cultural heritage resource assessment of the Price Brothers housing in the beach neighborhood, generally for the area bounded by Queen Street east to the lake, McLean and Ludi, and report back with any recommendations for the inclusion of these properties on the city's heritage registry under the Ontario Heritage Act. I just want to thank staff for the great body of work here on these particular properties. You know, there's been a lot of discussion in the community about some of these special Price Brothers properties. And I want to thank Tamara and Paul and Adrian for all of their work on this. Many folks are familiar with these Price Brother properties, that it's really actually kind of the original missing middle. These fourplexes that were built throughout the beach at the turn of the 20th century. You know, it's a good model for us and something that's worth looking into. So motion's on the table. Appreciate your support.
okay. We'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 34.79, residential demolition application, 70 Sudan Avenue. Councillor Matlow?
Thank you. I'll move recommendation 3, please.
All those, okay. Councillor Matlow, the clerk advises me that it would be preferable from here on in if we just said at least I'm moving 3, which is to approve with conditions. Or 1.
Okay, I'll phrase it that way.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I am moving. Yeah,
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. All those in favor?
I'm doing what you just said. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you're actually doing what the clerk said through me.
I'm doing what the clerk told you to tell me to say.
There we go. Okay, we're all clear now. Okay, on recommendation 3, all those, which is to approve with conditions, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.80, residential demolition application, 72 Sudan Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I'm moving 3 with conditions.
All those in favor of approving with conditions? Okay, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 34.81, residential demolition application, 74 Sudan Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I'm moving 3 with conditions.
All those in favor of approving with conditions? Opposed if any, that carries. TE 34.82, residential demolition application, 76 Sudan Avenue. Councillor Matlow.
I am moving 3 with conditions. By the way, all of this is about getting a new park, just so y'all know.
Okay, there's the motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item, Councillor Matlow, yesterday you held item 93, which is 73 to 79 Ardmore. Are you prepared to deal with that now?
Yes, give me one moment. Sorry, what number is it again?
93.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm prepared to support staff recommendations.
Okay. On the staff recommend, okay, so the item is TE 34.93, 73 to 79 Ardmore Road, formerly 1647 Bathurst Street zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report. Councillor Matlow is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed, if any, that carries. Next, we have Item TE 34.104, which is the Liberty Village Public Realm and Community Services and Facilities Study Update Report, including attachment 3, which is the draft Liberty Village Public Realm Study. Councillor Mihevc, are you prepared to deal with this one now?
We're almost prepared.
Okay, you're still working on it?
Yeah, still working on, oh,
I'm going to change the hold to your name somehow.
yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. Change the hold to Councillor Mihevc's name. Okay, the next item is Councillor Fletcher's. Councillor Mihevc, are you prepared to deal with 119? It's the parking adjustments for the distillery, okay. Item TE 34.119, temporary adjustments to parking regulations and the extension of permit parking hours, 2022 Distillery Winter Village Delegated. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, I understand staff have an additional motion. As you can see on the screen, so happy to move the staff recommendation as presented.
So we'll move the staff recommendations with the amendment together as one item. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 34.157, traffic calming speed humps, Machaki Road. Councillor Bradford, are you with us or are you having technical difficulties again?
I am here, and I'd like to, if I can just hold that down for a minute, just
Okay.
still finalizing now.
Are you
Thank you.
prepared for the next one, which is Rosevere Avenue?
I am.
Okay, so item TE 34.158, traffic calming speed humps, Rosevere Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I would like to direct to install, please.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.165, 2022 maintenance work at Donald D. Somerville Olympic Pools. Councillor Bradford.
That's not going to be quick.
Okay.
I'm going to have, yeah, if we could hold that down and have staff here for questions.
Okay. That takes us to the new items. So the first item is 130 through 150 Dunn Avenue Loading and Unloading Zone, Ward 4. 172. Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, but we'll do 172 first. I'm prepared to deal with it. So I'm just going to move the recommendations. There are no motions on this, I believe, right? No motions? Okay. All those in favor? 172.
172.
Yeah, correct. No motions? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 34.230, potential intersection alteration, Danforth and Main. Councillor Bradford, are you prepared to deal with this one now?
I can. I'd like to move a motion to send that to council without recommendations. We just have to do some more work on that, and I think we all need a bit more time.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, we can prepare that after. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Members,
Thank you.
members, I'm noticing that some of you, probably for very good reasons, are turning your cameras off or stepping out of camera. I just want to point out we're at bare quorum right now. So nobody can leave unless somebody else comes back. Oh, there you go. Okay, now we have one spare body. Okay, item TE 34.234, Oakwood Vaughan Planning Strategy. Councillor Matlow.
Thanks. I'd like to obviously move the recommendation in my letter, and I'll speak very briefly to it just to explain what this is. For a long time now, I've been working with planning staff to move forward with some type of planning framework, whether it be there have been asked for a secondary plan study, there have been asked for a planning framework, but I do want to ensure that there is a holistic view of how the area is going to grow and change and improve over the coming years, given that there will be more and more development in the area due to the LRT on Eglinton. And so I worked collaboratively with staff to move forward with a letter that would empower them to do the work that we're asking them to do, but in a way that is productive and helpful. Also recognizing that we are also working on a strategy for Little Jamaica, which is a portion of Oakwood Vaughan, and we want to make sure that this is done in concert with the master plan that comes out of that initiative. And as Councillor Bailau is well aware of, because she and I have worked on this together with the BIA, there is lingering issues about the legacy of the Arts District in Oakwood Village, where the idea was that it would, many years ago this was done, where the idea was that there'd be a live-work arrangement at the retail level at the shops that just hasn't been successful. And what's happened is that they've primarily become residential, so that there's just drapes and curtains along the main street, which does hamper the ability to have a vibrant animated streetscape. Obviously, we don't want to do anything that would ever evict or move people who live there, but we want to have a transition plan to ensure that there's an active retail character to the street. So for all those different reasons, we want to make sure that Oakwood Vaughan doesn't just have kind of ad hoc development happen at it, or the main streets don't be vibrant as the way they should, but grow in a way that is managed and is done in a thoughtful way. And I see Anna there. You'll remember, Councillor Bailau, when we met with the BIA, that a real priority for them is to achieve their goals to have that successful main street. So I know that you've been very helpful on that too. So I just want to sort of explain sort of the idea of this, and I obviously hope for your support. And thank you, planning, for your help with this too.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the mover? Councillor Bailau?
Yes, yeah. Councillor, I was just wondering if you would consider a friendly amendment. I won't be here, but somebody else will. And I think it'd be important for them to continue to work with you because it's just on the boundary. So your motion just says word counselor. Can you put word counselor?
Oh my gosh.
I just want to make sure that you're involved as well. 100%. This is an important conversation.
No, that was an oversight, and 100%. Please add an S. Yes.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone else wish to speak to the item? Just one moment while we make that amendment. Oh, okay, we'll do that after, but you've got it? No, we're all good. Okay. So councillors, it's going to be amended to read where it says the word counselor, it will say the counselors for wards 9 and 12. Satisfactory? Okay, good. Yes. All those in favor, so we'll take it as a friendly amendment. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Item TE 34.235, amend parking regulations on Gloucester Street. Councillor Bradford, I believe. No, Councillor, that's not right. Councillor Buxton Potts. This is item 235. It's one of the pieces of. Yeah.
Yeah, just happy to move staff recommendations.
Okay. It's not staff recommendations, they're your recommendations.
My letter, I apologize.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, on the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. I think we have time for one or two more.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm having a really hard time pronouncing Gloucester.
Gloucester. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You've made some
I think-
witticism that just went right over my head.
Oh, I get that.
Item TE 34.236, Assumption of Services West Donlands Phase 1 Subdivision Registered Plan Number 66M2473. Councillor Buxton Potts, this one is also in yours.
Yep, and I will move to accept staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Item TE 34.237, authorization for submission of minor variance application at 202 Jarvis Street and 160 through 166 Dundas Street East. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 34.238, Logan Avenue Cycling Safety. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'd like to move these recommendations, Mr. Chair. This is a dangerous corridor. A longtime cyclist in East End was doored the other day. He's in Bridgepoint Hospital, and this will become more dangerous with the Metrolinx above ground construction. So making sure Logan, which is a major corridor, is safe is number one.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 34.239, pending road safety studies in Ward 19, the road to Vision Zero. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. And for completeness' sake of completion, whatever. Item TE 34.240, reopen item TE 29.74, additional speed hump on Hillsdale Avenue. Councillor Matlow, we need a motion to reopen.
I move to reopen.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Matlow, the floor is now yours.
Staff just made a minor error that they quickly corrected, so this is what it is.
Okay, so on the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. And look at that, it's just after 10 o'clock. So we will go now to item TE 34.30, which is, hang on a minute, I need my other document now. 1978 through 2002 Lakeshore Boulevard West Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Final Report. We have deputants on the item. First, Joshua Bernard. Joshua, are you with us? We don't have Joshua connected to the meeting. Joshua, are you here in the chamber? No? Okay. Next is Veronica Wynn. Hey, Veronica, are you with us?
Hello there.
Hello.
This is Veronica.
Weren't we just
How are you
talking 2
doing?
days ago?
I know, my gosh, this will they'll start talking about us.
Okay, so you know the system here. You have 5 minutes and you can start as soon as you're ready.
5 minutes. Okay, so, let me get ready here and get my stuff out. I didn't expect to be up so quickly. Anyway, okay, here I start. Oh, put back the clock to 0. Put back that clock. There you go. Good stuff. Okay, first of all, and Veronica Wynn from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Group. I'm the president, and we were part of the working group, which Gord very graciously set up, and it proved to be very productive, difficult at times, but productive. And we were able to, thanks to the ingenious suggestion of William Roberts, we were able to reconfigure a strata, which was a learning curve for me and I think for Patrick Miller, who was also a great asset on this file. Absolutely, want to congratulate and thank him. There's a few things that, of course, are left undone. We asked as part of the working group, and Gord graciously agreed to it, that he would put forward a motion for that the participants in the working group would be part of the site plan approval process. And so I would presume that would be put in at the end of this session here. But there are also 2 other issues, maybe 3 other issues that are left undone and could be resolved by motions as well. There was a Patrick Miller. In his description, he talked about the stormwater designation, like an H that you put on it, so that because there are issues with the stormwater, and as evidenced by the members of the next buildings, the adjacent buildings, they get flooding in their buildings from time to time. So that means the designation H. If you move that designation, it means that the project can't be completed without them remedying the stormwater issues. So I would appreciate a motion on that. Also, there's a geotechnical concerns. This project is based on reclaimed land, and of course, in our area we have lots of dewatering issues. So, as a motion too, which we've done in the past with other projects, we asked that it be moved or included in the as a motion at the community council, that there would be pre and post condition surveys imposed by the by the building department as part of the site plan approval process. But I also want to make some comment about the traffic. Traffic is absolutely a nightmare as is, and the community is absolutely worried about that. Is going to be horrendous, even worse, but it's going to be made technically worse by this development, even though the transportation department, Luigi Nicolucci, he actually said no, it wouldn't. So, but it is huge. The community went to the expense of actually they sponsored a study just to show the condition of how things moved, and the trucks moved around the corner and things like that, to show the dramatic state in which that intersection is at the moment, and will be okay. So the pre and post condition survey, if you include it as a condition in this approval, it would go a long way to helping to easing the minds of the next door, the adjacent condominiums, like 15 Windermere, and also the next buildings just north of them. Okay, so again, I would like to thank Gord and Patrick and all the people who helped to make this a success. We did have a meeting of minds, and I think we provided a learning opportunity for for all the City of Toronto to see how a strata can be manipulated to the benefit of the reconfigured to the benefit of both the community and the city. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Veronica? Seeing none. Veronica, thank you so much for your thoughts this morning. The next deputant I have listed is Elizabeth Sihalas. Elizabeth, are you with us?
Sorry, what name did you say?
Hello, Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Yes, I didn't hear the name. You blanked out. Was it my name?
Yes, it was. It's your turn now.
Ah,
So welcome,
beautiful.
welcome to Toronto East York Community
you.
Council, Elizabeth. You have 5 minutes to make a deputation. You can start as soon as you're ready. Okay?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I appreciate it. I live in a condo tower in the immediate neighborhood of the proposed development, and I'm aligned with everything that Veronica mentioned. I do like the design that we managed with William's wonderful suggestion. I think it worked out very well. It's not perhaps what I would have designed personally if somebody asked me to build the area, but that's fine. It will work and it will look nice. I do have 3 areas of concern that I'd like to mention, and I do believe these are later considered in the site plan decision process. I'm not an expert in this development sort of thing. One is noise. This will be the 3rd podium with 2 towers style development in a row. With each development that's been added, the noise from the Gardiner Expressway and the railways becomes louder. I presume it's some sort of canon effect made by the podiums. I'm not an expert in it. I just know that I live here and I've been hearing the noise grow and grow. Despite getting older and my hearing is supposed to be decreasing, the noise level is going up. The second item is parking. I'm not opposed to the number of parking spaces in those towers that is being proposed. However, I would like it a stipulation on the sales agreement that the buyers are well aware that there is no public parking available for residents. So if they are not purchasing a parking spot, they should be well aware that they are not going to have a parking spot. And the third item, which is perhaps the largest item, is the traffic. It's already saturated in the area. There's already issues with pedestrians and volume of pedestrians. I know there are suggestions of how to make changes. Even the changes seem to propose some challenges. So the movements in and out of the proposed development is something I really want to be involved with. And I hope that I can be, and to give feedback of being somebody that lives here, both drives here and walks here every single day. And I can give my personal feedback. So that's all I wanted to mention today. And thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Elizabeth? Seeing none. Elizabeth, thank you so much for taking the time to share your thoughts with us this morning. Are there any members of the public in the chamber today who will wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, that completes the deputations on this item. Are there any questions of staff from members of the committee? No? Okay. I will speak to the item. To begin with, I have an amendment that I would like to move. I don't. So I have 2 amendments. Yes, you do. This first one amends. No, it's all fine. All good. This one makes a small amendment to the bike allocation of bike spaces and car share. It's a very small technical matter. And the second amendment This is, as Veronica mentioned in her deputation, establishing a role for the community in the site plan control application. Okay, so with those two amendments, I'd just like to speak quickly to this item. This has been years of work, and it's one of those moments where we all started very far apart, and through painful, lengthy, hard work by members of the community, the applicant, and the planning staff, we got to a place where, although in some cases reluctantly, we were all able to say yes. And that is so much better than just allowing somebody that the province of Ontario appoints to the Ontario Land Tribunal making the decision. I'm really proud of how the applicant, city staff, and most importantly, the community came together on this one. Veronica mentioned, Veronica and Elizabeth mentioned a couple of other areas: stormwater, geotechnical, noise, traffic, etc. Those are all matters that we will take up during the site plan conversation. To move a motion on it now would be frankly redundant and muddy the waters. So it's cleaner and easier to concentrate our minds if we just stay with the site plan process. The pre and post building condition conversation is something that happens during construction management. So we'll leave that to that day, but it won't be forgotten. And with that, members, I commend, the other thing members should know before we vote, there is a companion report going through government licensing, which reconfigures the publicly owned strata above the building to match the new configuration of the towers that resulted from this planning report, but that's not a planning matter, that's a real estate matter, and they will come together to council. So with that, members, I'm going to put the amendment and the item in front of you, and I hope you support me. All those in favor? Opposed?
Councillor, I just wanted to say just a couple of quick words.
Please, go ahead. The
Can I
floor is
just-
yours.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, I just want to thank your community and you. Josh was going to speak, I'm sure, to in favor of this. Josh is from the land trust, again, that was created from Lauren Dufferin. And the 50% of the money had to be spent within Ward 18, 50% outside. And they came into this deal as well, and they will be owning 60 affordable housing units. So thank you, Councillor, for working with your community to put this project in a way that then we could secure the cherry on top, which I think is really a great deal for affordable housing in the community. So I just wanted to thank you.
Yeah, I could have gone on and on about the benefits of this, but the affordable housing piece is really quite something. And Councillor, have you noticed that you have to be named Joshua to run a land trust in this city? Like, it's the weirdest thing. I don't get it.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe Councillor
I'm
Mackle.
pursuing my options as well.
Yeah. So many options. Okay. So with that, I can call the vote. So on the amendment and the item together, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay. Next, we have TE 34.33, 315 and 325 Front Street West and rail corridor between Blue Jays Way and John Street Robbie Bridge. Official plan amendments and zoning amendment application final report. We have two deputants, Veronica Magiciano? Veronica? No, this is front. Yeah. It is number 33, Councillor Mahavik. Veronica, welcome. Do you have any presentation materials you need, or just the microphone? Okay, all good. Welcome to Toronto City Hall. You have 5 minutes. You can begin when you're ready.
And is this on? Yes.
You're on.
Thank you, Chair Perks and members of Community Council. I am Veronica Magiciano, Vice President of Development at Oxford Properties Group. And on behalf of Oxford, I am leading the project to redevelop the land at 315 and 325 Front Street West and the rail corridor between Blue Jays Way and the John Street Rob Robbie pedestrian bridge. Today, I am very pleased to join you to speak about our proposal, which is truly a collaborative plan to reimagine 4 acres in the heart of downtown Toronto. Oxford is supportive of city staff position. As the applicant, we've worked closely with city planning staff since August 2019, incorporating valuable feedback and all the right elements to deliver important community benefits. As background, Oxford is a leading global real estate investor, developer, asset manager, and builder of businesses with Canadian roots. We have a deep commitment to this city and to helping shape its landscape from our headquarters, just a short walk from here at 100 Adelaide Street West. Over the last 10 years, Oxford has invested over $3 billion in the City of Toronto alone, and this includes such transformative places such as Yorkdale, Richmond Adelaide Complex, and the revitalized Park Hyatt Hotel. All of these developments share the thoughtful approach we bring to urban and neighborhood integration. We believe in creating connected communities that put people first, and that's what we are proposing for this redevelopment. We bring forward this request to amend the Railway Lands Central Secondary Plan and the Railway Lands Central Zoning Bylaw as a first step to unlocking significant redevelopment opportunities. The proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments will help spark a renewed vibrancy to the Front Street West and John Street cultural corridors through the following: building 2 office towers connected by a winter garden, creating 2 residential towers providing much-needed rental housing options, and establishing a framework that protects for new park and other open space uses over the rail corridor between John Street and Blue Jays Way. By giving the area more prominence and making it more inviting through the public spaces planned for this project, Front Street West becomes a place to be, rather than just a conduit to Union Station and beyond. And in addition, we are investing to provide a number of community benefits with this proposal, including a portion of the units in the residential towers will be earmarked for affordable housing for 40 years at 100% AMR. A child care center will be developed with space for 62 children, and a contribution of $7 million will be provided to the city, $6 million towards parkland and $1 million towards public art. And 2 sizable areas along Front Street will be dedicated to open public space, which will make this neighborhood come alive, inviting residents and visitors alike to connect. On behalf of Oxford, I am inspired by the partnership with the city staff to make this plan visionary and yet practical. We're confident the current development proposal and planning approvals that we are seeking meet both the City of Toronto and Oxford's needs and goals. Our requested amendments and the instruments before you reflect the current development proposal, fully and thoroughly considered by Oxford, its consultants, and with intensive, iterative, and valuable dialogue with city staff. We believe in community building, and it would give us great pleasure to obtain your approval and support to move this to the next step in making this vision a reality. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to share this deputation.
Thank you, Veronica. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming down today and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, I have Kelvin Kwok. That's very much appreciated. Thank you for coming down, and thank you also for saving us time. For those of you who don't know, we had a 12-and-a-half-hour meeting yesterday that we're continuing today, so it's deeply appreciated if you can say that you have no further comments. I like that. Okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? I see none. Are there any questions of staff from members of the committee? No. Councillor Layton, I believe?
That's
Is this
Mahavik.
one? Oh, Councillor Mahavik, sorry.
Yes, thank you. I believe the deputant actually went into the benefits for this, of this proposed development. We in Toronto, we do we admire, we want to attract office towers, and in this particular case, there are 2 office towers that are being constructed, 50 and 60 stories, as the deputant mentioned. And on top of that, 2 52-story residential towers, 832 rental units, which the city also wants, of which a number will be affordable with open door incentives as well for 40 years. $66 million in parkland, $1 million for public art, 2 POPs, path connections. Seems like a lot of thoughtfulness went into this as well on the childcare front, a not-for-profit childcare for 62 children. So I think everything is in order here. I get to score the goal, but I do think it's appropriate to acknowledge the heavy lifting that was also done by Councillor Cressy and his office. So I'm happy to move the staff recommendations.
Thank you.
With the technical amendment as proposed by City Legal, which the applicant does not need to worry, it's totally technical. And I actually don't understand what it means, but it's supposed to keep the lawyers happy.
Just what this, just so
I
you
don't
know.
need to know.
You don't need to know?
I don't need to know because we don't have time, as you have
Okay,
indicated.
you're quite right. I need to know, but I do already, so I'll keep it to myself. Okay, are there any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Next, we have item TE 34.34, 689 King Street West zoning bylaw amendment application final report. I do have deputants on this item. Marilyn Montserrat. Marilyn? Hi, Marilyn. Come on over here to the podium. Welcome to City Hall.
Thank you.
You can just speak into the microphone there. Do you have any display, anything you want to display for us? No? Okay. So whenever you're ready, you can start, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marilyn Montserrat, and I have worked at the Hampton Inn, a Manga Hotel's property, for 16 years. I am a member of Unite Here, Local 75, the Union for Hotel and Hospitality Workers in the Greater Toronto Area. I am here in support of the staff report and this new hotel development by Manga Hotels at 689 King Street West, which you are discussing today. I would like to talk to you about the good jobs that we have built for ourselves in Greater Toronto Area's unionized hotels. Over the years, my coworkers and I, the majority of whom are immigrants, women, and people of color, have worked hard through our union to turn what were once low-wage jobs into good jobs. At the Hampton Inn, a Manga Hotel's property, as a laundry and breakfast attendant, I make almost $20 an hour. I also have decent pension and benefits. My children can even go to the dentist. I am respected at work and have job security. As you know, COVID-19 pandemic has had a severe effect on our industry. The hospitality industry was amongst the hardest hit, as travel and tourism returned to normal levels, and there is new hotel development activity in the city of Toronto, which there is a documented need for. We believe that this and any new development in the future needs to be a responsible one. It is important that any development in a community helps to create the kinds of neighborhoods, employment opportunities, and public services that allows the community to thrive and strengthen them further. As hospitality workers, we are living proof of securing a better future with income security. Our good, stable jobs help lift ourselves and our families into the middle class, and they help our communities prosper. The creation of decent hospitality jobs put money into the pockets of workers, which they then spend in the local economy. When hospitality workers prosper, our families, our neighborhoods, and communities thrive. As our city continues to grow with new hotels in the pipeline, it is essential that we continue to raise the standard of living for hospitality workers by ensuring that this and any new development provides economic stability with jobs you can raise a family on and jobs you can build a community around. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No? Oh, Councillor Mihevc, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. First, welcome. Are you speaking on your own behalf, or is this also the position of your Unite Here?
And my behalf and the union.
In the union as well? Great, okay, thank you very much, appreciate that.
Any other questions? No? Marilyn, thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us today.
Have a good day.
You too now. Next, I have Marion Nader. Hi, Marion. Do you need any audio visual assistance, or you're okay?
Pleasure of the chair, if I can have a few extra minutes over the 5.
I'm very, very sorry. We've had like 140 deputations through this meeting, and I've had to be firm so that we have time to get everybody in,
I'll
okay?
speak quickly.
Okay. So you have 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of Toronto East York Community Council. My name is Marion Nader, and I'm here on behalf of a number of residents and owners from the Summit Building, which consists of townhouses and 3 condo buildings at 701, 705, and 725 King Street, to voice our strong opposition to amending the bylaw to permit the redevelopment of 689 King Street with an 18 and 11-story hotel. We believe building a hotel beside a number of residential buildings will be detrimental to the area, existing community, and have a negative impact on residents and owners' quality of life for a number of reasons. Firstly, security and safety. A hotel will create a transient environment where safety and security will be a major concern and will do nothing to help create a healthy and safe community. Hotel patrons don't invest in the community like we do. They are not community builders. Residents are concerned for their safety, increase in crime and noise levels, and trespassing. We constantly deal with people urinating and vomiting on our property, jumping our fence to use our pool. With Airbnb banning house parties, a hotel like this in this location will be the next destination for house parties. In addition, we are all too aware that there has been an increase in gun violence in the area. It's not unusual for residents to be awakened by the sound of gunshots. One shooting even resulted in bullets piercing through a Summit townhouse on Wellington Street. As Mayor John Tory said yesterday, community safety is a priority for him. Therefore, we must invest in initiatives and development that will keep our communities safe and residents safe as well. Secondly, an 18-story building will have a negative impact and effect on residents at 700 and 705 King Street. A sun shadow study showed a new development of that height will decrease sun exposure for residents at 700 King Street. And for residents in 705 facing east, they will end up facing a brick wall. With more people working from home and recovering from the COVID pandemic, the lack of sun exposure and view from a brick wall will not only have detrimental effect on their physical and mental health, but will also decrease their property value. Owners and residents are also very concerned about the construction at the rear site so close to the townhouses. The townhouses were built in the 80s, and construction may cause structural and foundational damage. Thirdly, allowing an increased density in the area will be a nightmare for the residents and community. The density in the area has quadrupled in the past 15 years, and the area is not meant to sustain such density. Traffic has already been dreadful for residents trying to get to and from home, and this proposal will exacerbate the problem and go against the Keep Toronto Moving campaign. We are already having to deal with increased density with the construction of a 17-story condo with 64 bathrooms at Wellington, which will make the density and traffic in the area untenable. And most importantly, there's no need for a hotel right beside at that location at King and Bathurst, as there are at least a dozen hotels within a 2-kilometer radius of 689 King Street, including one 350 meters away at One Hotel Toronto and one 800 meters away at the Ace Hotel. These points and more were raised to Mr. Kukik and former Councillor Joe Cressy on March 2nd, 2021 at a community consultation meeting. Unfortunately, what the staff report on that meeting failed to mention was the fierce opposition to the proposed hotel development from residents, neighborhood associations, and owners. Overall, there needs to be a psychological shift by developers, city council, and city staff around developing the downtown. Downtown is not just a place where you go clubbing and out to dinner. It's a place where we call home and are raising our families. Any development should help create a healthy and vibrant and safe community and has to work with and for the residents. Buy-in from the community is paramount. Big development should not be the only factor when deciding to change a bylaw or approve permits. This is about balancing urban development, good jobs, and healthy neighborhoods. We should also be looking at development with a positive impact in the community and increase community services. Again, this is an area where people make their home, raise their families, and retire. We are all too aware of the trade-offs of living downtown, as we live with increased gun violence and crime, cars racing down King Street on the weekends like it's the Grand Prix, constant noise from construction and drunken patrons at closing times screaming and fighting on the street, and massive congestion just trying to get to and from home. We ask you to put yourselves in our position and make decisions based on making our community safer, healthier, keeping a unique culture, and improving the quality of life for the residents and owners. Longstanding residents at the Summit have worked hard to create a safe and healthy community, and we hope our ward and city councillors will do the same and not treat us, condo owners, as second-class citizens to those who own houses. Therefore, we ask you to, 1, vote against amending the bylaw and not allow a hotel to be built at 689 King Street West, and pass a motion to amend the bylaw stating that any development at 689 King Street West must not exceed the building height of 675 King Street West. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Marion? No? Marion, thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us this morning. I have another deputant listed, Arthur Grabowski. Arthur? I'm told you're...
Good morning, can you hear me?
There you are, yes,
Sorry,
Arthur.
I think my mic cut.
No worries.
Excellent.
Arthur, so thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of Community Council. My name is Arthur Grabowski. I'm a planner for the Planning Partnership representing Mango Hotels regarding this zoning bylaw amendment application for an 18 and 11-story hotel at 69 King Street West. I want to start off by saying we're very pleased to be here today. We've reviewed the recommendations of staff and agree with the recommendations contained with this report. We agree that with staff's recommendation that the proposal represents an appropriate built form and contributes to the public realm and is compatible with the surrounding context. The current form of development that we've proposed before you here today was actually refined over several years in conjunction with staff and through engagement with the community. Several changes have been made to modify the proposal in response to comments that we received, including additional step backs, particularly to the summit to the west, an initial enclosure of the podium amenity level, which will be completely enclosed from above to mitigate any matters related to noise, among other significant changes to the proposal that have brought us to our current form. The report from staff acknowledges this and these numerous revisions that we've made, which have included reduced built form impacts to these adjacent properties and among other measures. The development itself also has a number of other significant public benefits, including a Section 37 contribution of $500,000 towards adjacent parkland improvements and towards, in particular, Stanley Park. And I also wanted to stress the importance of hotels to the vibrancy of the city. The importance of hotels is actually mentioned in the city's own study from the Economic Development and Cultural Division in 2018, which noted that the supply of hotel rooms has stagnated since the early 2000s, and this trend has only further been exacerbated through the last years of the COVID pandemic. This proposal will introduce a contemporary hotel to the area, which will help provide important economic activity, jobs, and will support the resurgence of the tourism sector. We support the recommendations of staff and respectfully request that the Community Council approve the application. I'd like to thank you for your time here today, and we're here to answer any questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy?
Yes, right here.
Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure you've heard the deputation from a member of the community. Can you articulate any response you would have, and particularly around safety concerns, and how in the planning process you attempted to resolve that or work on that?
Well, with respect to a number of the changes we made, I'll go through each of sort of the fundamental big moves that we've made to respond to some of the issues that we heard through community engagement. And that includes the removal of a floor from one of the lower tower to the south. We've provided an additional 4.2 meter step back to the west. We've reduced the amount of hotel suites from over 300 to 269. More precisely, that's 318 suites to 269. We've reduced the gross floor area of the hotel from 13,500 to 13,241. So that's about 250 square meters of gross floor area. In addition, we've relocated with respect to traffic as part of the approvals process and working with your transportation staff, we devised an alternative approach to access to the site, which involves a shared laneway approach with 675 King, which will be worked through the site plan approval process and secured by way of easement. So parking will be directed away from those existing residences. Essentially, we've made, this process has taken, a number of years, so we've made a number of big changes, and, in our opinion, we've responded to the responses that we've heard from the community. Hope that answers your questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Are there any other questions of the deputant? No. Hang on one moment. Are there any other members of the committee who have a question of the deputant? No? Seeing none, sorry, it's only members of the committee who get to ask questions of people who depute. If you would like to depute on the item, you're welcome to. And actually right now I was going to call, are there any other members of the community who would like to make a deputation? Okay, if you can just come down to the podium here. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time for everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning. Could you
Good
please
morning.
introduce yourself?
My name is Brenda Wang. I'm a
Brenda-
owner, W-A-N-G, Wang.
Wang?
Brenda
Okay,
Wang.
thank you very much. The sound is terrible up here.
Okay,
Okay, so Brenda, welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the community
Yes.
council. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
thank you. Now, in the report, it was mentioned that the Summit condo is 705, but Summit is actually 701, 705, and 725 plus all the townhouses. And I am an owner of a unit at 701. My apartment faces directly 689 King West. So because 701 was not mentioned, there are some questions that I have. In the report, it says the separation distance of 20 meters is measured, so it's quite good according to the report. But was that measured from 689 to 705 or to 701? Because to me, 701 is directly facing the parking lot that's to be built, so I'm closer. So what is exactly the distance from 689 to 701? And also the shadow effect of both towers, how would it affect 701? Because all the reports are referring to 705. 705 is far away, in my mind, from 701. Now, how valid are the rezoning assessments when 701 was not even taken into consideration? We need to reevaluate the height of the towers. We also need to reevaluate some of the suggestions made by the builder, such as the west-facing upper story side step back is going to start from the 12th floor. But if it's so close to 701, should it not be lowered to lower floors? And what are the effects of Tower B on 701? Because right now they're not offering a side step back. So, and another question I have to the builder is, they mentioned about party walls on the west side, and how would that affect 701? Am I going to have a huge party wall built right in front of my condo so I look at nothing except a wall? I'm a senior citizen. I need sunlight. Because of COVID, I've been sheltered at home. Now, am I going to be a prisoner of my own condo just because of the buildings around me, surrounding me, not considering me? I need the sunlight. I need the peace of mind not to have noise and traffic increase. We're residents at 701, 705, 725 for decades. We do not need new buildings to really change our neighborhood in a negative way. That's it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Are there any questions for Brenda? No? Brenda, thank you for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you, and I hope to hear the answers back from the builders.
The way it works is that you come and give us our opinion so that we can deliberate.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much. This
Thank
is
you.
all new to me. Thank you.
No, and you did very well. Are there any other members of the public? If you can just come up and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is John Resendez. I'm an owner at 701 King Street West. And my comments are going to be, I may make two comments specific to this proposal, but they're more general about what's the city's planning process is. I work for a major FI in Toronto, and I'm one of the very few people that actually is going into the office. Most people don't want to come back into the office, and I also see travel for work dropping a lot. So I don't understand why the city is planning things as if it's 2019. I don't see even 25% of people coming back to the office regularly by the end of the summer. Come the winter, it's probably going to drop because of colds and flus and most likely COVID again. So I don't understand all the office building. Regarding the 315 Front Street West proposal, I worked at that building for 15 years, RBC building. We're building offices and hotels expecting things to go back to pre-pandemic. It will never go back. People don't want to come back into the office. So I don't understand why we're acting as if things are just going to go back to normal ever. People like the work-life balance that working from home gives them. So all this hotel and office building, I'm not sure who's going to occupy it all. Are we going to end up with a bunch of structures that are, 1/3 to 1/2 occupied? I mean, it's possible all the old office space in Toronto we repurposed as residential. I mean, there's possibilities of, innovation and things like that, but I don't understand how the planning process is acting as if it's 2019 instead of 2022 post-pandemic. So adding more hotels and office, I'm not understanding in the big picture, the long-term picture for the health of Toronto financially. So, and specific to this project, the suggestion of a green wall, I don't think is even possible because they would have to plant their vines on our property as their wall of their building, the hotel goes right up to our property line. So I don't see where they can plant anything except on our property. So that's going to be it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. John, there's a question for you. Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for your presentation. You are aware that the city is not saying to a developer or a hotel owner, please come to King Street. It is their call.
Yeah, no,
Just
that I
like the previous
understand.
one, it is their call. So one would assume, would you not agree, especially if you're in the financial industry, that they are doing their due diligence, they're looking at forward projections, and they're taking some risk?
I'm questioning their due diligence.
Okay, but that's
Because
not
I'm
really-
in the front lines of seeing who's coming to the offices. I work near the office, so I don't mind it. 90% of people do not want to come back in.
So you're
And that's, I'm not overstating it. They don't want to come back to the office.
So you are aware that we process applications, we don't,
Yeah, no, that I understand, but you also approve them.
yeah.
Yeah, or don't approve them. Anyway, it's just a bigger picture question for consideration. If the city thinks people are coming back to the office soon, unless they're forced to, it's not going to happen. Anyway.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for John? John, thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts. I see there's another member of the public who wants to make a deputation. Please just come on up and introduce yourself.
Hi there, Mr. Perks. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this deputation. My name is Melissa Monroe. Mr. Mahavik, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. I've been a unit owner since 1998 at 701 King Street West, in the same unit, and I've seen the neighborhood be gentrified in a wonderful way, with a mixture of culture between appealing to businesses and residential owners, young families starting to build their lives here at King and Bathurst. It's been interesting. It was a no man's land when I moved back in 1998, where it was actually felt kind of a ghost town, walking from Spadina to King and Bathurst. Now I walk from Spadina and to King and Bathurst, and it's a charming neighborhood that's very alive, and you feel a diversity of people, of commerce. It's a good mix. My concern is, and I believe Mr. Mladen Kukic, our city planner, addressed it a few years ago in a town hall. When we were presented Main and Main, the proposal at 689 King Street. Do you recall it? Okay. Well, he had mentioned that our population had quadrupled in that vicinity in the last 15 years. And that density has put a lot of pressure on the residents of that area who actually need services, community services, to address their needs. It's really important, especially when we have so many needs that aren't being met. So we're going to College Street, Dundas, we're going to Spadina, but right in that area, in the few blocks, we don't have services that appeal to us. So if you could address that, that would be great, so that we can maintain the balance. Right now, that area, living there, the experience of it, it's starting to get heavy as in a way of concrete jungle concept. So when you go, here's an example. When you go to Manhattan, have you gone to Manhattan? Have you? Did you enjoy walking through Soho and Greenwich Village? Was that an attraction, a pleasurable experience to you? Did you enjoy it?
Just if I could, the purpose is for you to share your thoughts with us.
Yes, but I'm also, I think it's important to have a dynamic.
It's not really a
conversation.
Socratic forum.
No, I understand, but please humor me, because it's important that you understand your own experience is something that we share as well. The people that go to Manhattan and go visit those neighborhoods is because they enjoy the community, the aspect, the charm of the community, how it's so livable and it's inviting. If you insert lots of high rises and hotels that are just don't really add charm, it affects the appeal of those neighborhoods, not just for the residents, but even people who come and visit. And actually, how do you want to represent our city? Big term, long term, big picture. Do you want to maintain some charm? It's good. I understand that we need to address, okay, we need to bring in more property tax dollars, but does it have to be at the expense of something that maintains the charm and the beautification of the city? I'm not sure this hotel really addresses that. So the impact is real. not just short-term, but long-term. I hope you consider it. I'm speaking also on behalf of at least probably 75, 76 other people who can't be here today, but actually are very verbal towards us. I'm also sit on the board of my corporation. I don't speak on behalf of the board, but that's how invested I am to help the community, to help the neighborhood, not just the Summit community, but even people from 700 King Street. You know, we have dialogue with them about this application, and you know, we would love to have you actively consider how much this is something that once you do it, it's hard to undo. So we have to tread carefully and consider, is this hotel maybe a mistake? It may sound good short term, but long term, it may actually, you know, not benefit, not you, not us, not even the people who are going to patronize the hotel, because the novelty is going to wear thin as the future, we move towards working remotely. Hotels are going to not be necessary as much as they used to. So why are we moving towards a future that, you know, is not there? More and more people want to work remotely. So why are we erecting a hotel when people don't have that desire to work and travel outside of their home? Do you see that as well, Joe? Sorry, I'm calling you by your first name, but Mr. Mihevig, do you see that as well?
If I could just, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're over your time, and I'm just going to have to ask you to conclude your remarks.
Well, I guess, you know, my conclusion is I hope you think about it, you seriously consider it, because once you make these decisions, it's very hard to, you can't undo it. We're stuck with it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parks.
Are there any
Mihevig?
questions?
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Mihevig.
Yes, quick question. So I know the charm of your part of King Street. I've been there, and it is charming. I am though wondering, and I sense fear of the unknown with this hotel application. And I'm just trying to unpack, like, what exactly are you afraid? Like, they have the right to apply. That's not our call. That's their call.
Yes.
They're obviously making a business decision and taking a business risk. And I'm thinking of other areas that have hotels, and I can't recall that there's a link between higher crime, higher lack of safety, if you put a hotel in. Could it not be equally true that this could add to the vibrancy of your wonderful part of King Street?
Yes, I you know, that's actually a very valid point, and I agree with you, and it has with other hotels. The concern that I may address with your statement is we have already about 10, 12, 13 hotels within a 2-kilometer radius. You know, beautiful hotels, Bishop, One, you know the list. So they've been great contributors to the vibrancy, the culture of the area. They infuse a nice mix. However, here's the other side of that issue is that hotel being next door is probably those people who are going to live and work in that hotel, they'll probably end up on the Summit property. So now we have to address security and gating to contend with our neighbors who can't control, you know, the trespassing that happens, that inevitably will occur. It's already happening from other sources on our property. So now we have to hire extra security guards. We have to, you know, budget for gating. Maybe we become a gated community, fenced in. I hope not, because that's the beauty of being a community, is that we're not fenced in, is that, you know, there's that openness. So, yeah, the hotels have been helpful to create bring diversity into the area, diversity of ideas and, you know, just approaches to lifestyles and whatnot. It's just, it can't be, if you tip the scale too heavy on the hotel side, then you lose that charm of balance, where people come here to our neighborhood and say, I love this neighborhood. I love that you can see families, that it's not just a concrete jungle, and it's not just servicing hotels. And I'm not against hotels. I love my hotels. I love, going have my meals there, having drinks in the lobbies. It's great. I love that. It's just, and when you reach an oversaturation point, it becomes at the expense of not just the local residents, but even of the city itself, because then it loses its charm. Is there any other questions, Mr. Mahavik, or anything else? It was a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time. Okay.
Are there any other members of committee who have questions for the deputy? No? Thank you so much for your deputation. We really appreciate you coming down to share your thoughts with us today. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? Councillor Mahavik?
Yes, just given the amount of, the number of community deputants, I think it might be wise for the planner to weigh in on it. Having heard, and so my question to staff would be, having heard the deputants, can you offer them your reflections, your cautions, and your hopes of what this development might do and what it might not do for the local neighborhood? I'm not sure who the...
Through the chair.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Okay.
Yes, BB Mladen. I'll talk about the separation distance first because that was brought up a couple times. So when we reviewed the separation distance, we considered the existing zoning on the site, which permits a 12-story building to be built to the property line. We also looked at the separation distances of other buildings in the area, and based on all this information, we found that the proposed 60-meter separation distance between the Summit condo building and the west main wall of the proposed building was adequate and acceptable. But in an attempt to respond to concerns from the community, the applicants actually provided a 4.5-meter step back above the 12-story for the taller tower to address those concerns. Also, I just want to say that the as-of-right zoning permits the 12-story building to be built to the entire length of the property line. In this case, proposing 2 towers with a separation distance between those 2 towers. So in many ways, this actually is better than what the existing zoning permits. And additionally, there will be opportunities to beautify the main wall of the proposal once the site plan application is submitted. A couple of things that we're considering is either a green wall or a mural, but we're going to look at all options once the application is submitted. Just in terms of the actual hotel use, it is a permitted use in the mixed use area. It's on a designated avenue. Hotels provide employment and they provide tourism opportunities as well. So that's good, but I know a lot of the concerns were related to crime associated with the hotels. I think a lot of those concerns stem from the Thompson Hotel, formerly known as the Thompson Hotel on Bathurst, which had a rooftop lounge and a nightclub as well. In this application, we made sure that nightclub uses were not permitted and that the outdoor spaces was later enclosed or is being enclosed, so there's no sort of noise emitting from them. Additionally, we moved the drop-off area from on-site to off-site to have it in front of the building as to sort of avoid congestion along the King Street sidewalk as well as the Summit Condos driveway. Yeah, I don't know. I think I covered some of those comments. I don't know if you have any other questions.
Just to clarify one last question, sorry. As of right, they could go 12 stories right across the length of the length of their current property holding. 12 stories as of right. So they wouldn't even need to come to city. They wouldn't even need to come to City Hall. You know, all things being equal, just go straight to a building permit with 12 stories. Is that correct?
They would need a site application, but yeah, there's no public consultation for the 12-story proposal.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments. Mladen Kukic.
Yes, that's correct. That's right.
Are those all your questions, Councillor Mahavik? Yeah. Are there any other members who wish to ask questions? No, seeing none. Councillor Mahavik, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation and the input from local residents. I think the key thing that the local residents need to hear well is that the hotel use is a permitted use. That's beyond the power of the city to say, okay, you can't do that there. It's a permitted use. It's also permitted for them to do 12 stories, 12 stories right across. So now you're getting 11 stories and 18 stories with a separation distance branching down towards I believe your building to the west. And you're getting enclosure of any area that would emit too much sound. I think that's a pretty good deal. I do think it's a pretty good deal. My bet is that, yes, change is hard, but that it could contribute to the vibrancy of that very nice, just a nice little strip of King Street between Spadina and Bathurst. So my hope is that you find a way to make peace with it, and to continue to have a good relationship with the applicant and the hotel operators if problems arise, and make it a dynamic process of engagement with them to make sure that they fit into the neighborhood well, in a good, welcoming, but not uncritical fashion as well. So I appreciate the conversation, but at the end of the day, I do think that that within the parameters of the kinds of decisions we need to make here, that this is a development that deserves council support. So I'll be moving the staff recommendations. And thank the planner for his good work on this particular file. He seems to have pushed and pulled it in directions that have made good planning sense.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak to the item?
And the technical amendment as well, as
Come on,
advocated
man.
by our city solicitor through the.
Now, I know you haven't been here for a while, but the rule is move the amendment at the start.
Okay, Dad. Thanks, Dad.
Look, it says chair right there.
Yeah.
Okay, come on. All right. Okay, so we'll take the amendment and the item as a package. All those in favor, opposed, carried. All right. Members, we are now going to go back to item TE 34.32. We do have a deputant who has registered. Mihakdeep Dhillon. $34.32. Yeah.
Chair, this is Mehakdeep here. I'm with Creatio, so I just registered for if there are any questions for Creatio. So no deputation from me.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, I've lost track of which ward this is. Whose ward is this? Oh, it's Councillor Mahevik's ward, but he has a conflict. Okay, I'll take carriage of it. So I will move the staff recommendations. Are there any other?
I believe, sorry, pardon me, Mr. Chair. I believe there's a motion on this.
Yes, I know. So if we could have the motion up.
I would just say it's a long motion, and boy, oh boy, is this an exciting development proposal. I'm actually really happy that that I'll put forward this recommendation if the chair's name isn't already on it. But this is a really exciting multi-party development proposal that involves park space, community amenity, and boy, oh boy, was it well conceived by the previous councillor for Ward 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, we need to take a recorded vote on this in order to make it clear in the record that Councillor Mihevik did not participate in the debate. So all those in favor of the amendment and the item together, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bradford, Councillor Buxton Potts, Councillor Layton, the chair, so that is unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Mihevc, you can return to the chamber now. And that takes us to, I did 34. Item 3435, 200, 207, 208, 211, 218, 228, and 230 Queens Quay West and 8 York Street, zoning amendment application, final report. I have some deputations. First, I have...
Hold on, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just wondering if Ellen has the little tweak from the new tweak from the lawyer. Legal, okay. So I'm going to ask that it just be held for one.
So we're going to stand this one down
it's
and go to the
imminent.
next
I
one?
understand that the legal department has
so there's some
done the tweak and it's coming any second.
Okay, so we'll stand this one down. If you could just make sure to notify me when you've resolved the issue, okay?
Thank you.
I'm going to then go to TE 34.36, 178, 180 Queens Quay East, draft plan of subdivision application, final report. I have a deputant here, Allison Shooter. Allison, are you with us?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Allison, and welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you so much. So my name is Allison Shooter. I'm an associate and planner at Bousfields Inc. We are the applicant on behalf of the owner of the subject property, which is Rom Grand Waterfront Limited. We're in full agreement with the staff recommendations in the report, and I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank staff for all of the work that they've done to date in getting this application to this point, and that we're looking forward to continuing our work with them to finalize the conditions and the eventual subdivision agreement for this site. And we look forward to the delivery of the new east-west road that this is facilitating. So I'm available to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Allison? Seeing none, Allison, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today. Are there any members of the public present who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff from members of the committee? No?
It's me.
Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Happy to move the draft plan of subdivision that is before you. It will allow for a number of good developments to happen along Queens Quay East. All good.
Thank you so much. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Item TE 34.37, 462 Wellington Street and 489 through 539 King Street West zoning amendment, final report. I have a deputant, Emily Reisman. Emily, you're connected.
I am here. Nice to see you all again this morning. I know you had a long night last night.
We did.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yes. My name is Emily Reisman with Urban Strategies here on behalf of the owners of 462 Wellington Street West. With this development today, you are being asked to approve what I think is a triple threat, a win-win-win. First, the project will deliver much needed seniors housing to the downtown area, including a continuum of care, providing memory care, assisted living, and independent living options for seniors in the downtown, where we know more and more people are growing and living to stay for the long term. It also includes retained and expanded office uses in the dynamic King Spadina area and full retention of the existing heritage building on site. In addition to those three highlights, the project also includes an innovative relationship with the King Toronto project directly to the north that will reduce truck traffic on Wellington by sharing access points off of King. It includes a POP space at the rear of the project that will connect to the adjacent future city park, and includes support through Section 37 for the design and construction of that future city park immediately adjacent. And we look forward to ongoing cooperation with the Grange, Draper Street, and Wellington Place neighborhood associations who have been instrumental in helping to shape the project as that evolves. So my final remarks are to say that we, of course, support the staff recommendations to approve this project and want to offer sincere appreciation for the efforts of planner Sue McAlpin, who helped to move it all along. Thank you very much and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Emily? I don't see any questions. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? I don't see any. Are there questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Mihevc, it's another one of yours.
Yes, thank you.
Floor is
Thank you
yours.
very much. This is another one where I get to score the goal, but really all the fancy maneuvering and getting this into a good place, of course, assisted very capably by the planner, Sue McAlpin, is in a very good place. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations and the amendment that our legal department is advocating for through the clerk. And as the deputant mentioned, this is a retirement dwelling and as well, they have been very cooperative in working to improve the park next door. It's in their interest to do that, so there's a Section 37 contribution there. There's a small, modest contribution to affordable housing as well. And as I mentioned, this brings senior care, which is very, very difficult. I remember this from before, into the downtown core of the city, which is a good thing. So it takes a whole bunch of good public good benefits. And for that reason, I think it's deserving of support, with a note of thanks to the previous city councilor for the area.
Thank you so much. My goodness, in the flesh. I'm just so thrilled. Okay. Any questions of the mover? No. Any other members to speak? No. All those in favor?
We can.
So, I'm sorry, I got all confused there. No worries. I called the vote, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Moving right along. Item TE 34.38, 110 through 116 Avenue Road zoning amendment application final report. We have deputants on the item. First, Andrew Feranchik. Andrew, are you with us? Andrew, we have you connected to the meeting.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Andrew Feranchik. I'm principal of W&D Associates. We're the planners representing the owners of 110 to 116 Avenue Road. I'd like to start by thanking staff, and in particular, Karina Pryor and the Annex Residents Association, as well as Councillor Layton, on what I would consider a very productive and engaging process that has included many meetings with the residents group and staff, both virtually and on site, on what I remember to be a very cold, snowy day. The proposal has actually evolved in very positive ways through these discussions, and some of the highlights of that include providing for a continuous driveway, linking to the existing public laneway to the north, and this will have the effect of providing a mid-block connection between Tranby and Bernard, and that will be improved if there's a further widening of that lane in the future with any new development to the north. There's also been significant changes to how the heritage aspects are treated, in particular, the three-dimensional preservation of 110 and 112 Avenue Road at the corner, in conjunction with heritage staff. There's also an improved streetscape that's been implemented with retail uses lining the street in order to further the sort of retail evolution and improvement of Avenue Road. And it has also lined it with the heritage facade, which was a major objective of staff. And there's also, which is I think of interest to members of this committee, a large portion of family-sized 3-bedroom units, in fact, 31%, which we think is quite positive, and many other improvements that I won't mention here. So I'm pleased to support the recommendations of staff in the final report and happy to try and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. Councillor Mihevc, I don't know if you can leave. Can I just have a check, a quorum check? I can only see no, 1, 2, 3. There's Councillor Bradford. Okay. Councillor Mihevc, go ahead. Do what you need to do. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. The next deputant on this item is Sapna Sharma. Not connected. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Layton.
Well, thank you very much. I'll just, my thanks to, sorry, my microphone's on, volume's on here too. There we go. I'd like to just thank the Karina, the urban planner on the file for the city, for taking, I think, a significant amount of time and care to explore the issues that were identified by the community as some concern. I'd also like to thank the community. We went and explored a number of different scenarios and options for how to best move people around the site after the development. That we are still exploring those options. And so we're fortunate that transportation and planning will continue that dialogue into the site plan application phase. But this phase of the rezoning, I think everyone's ready to move forward on. I know there are some in the community that feel it's a bit of an overdevelopment on the site. At the same time, many feel like this is a site that would see some development, and that the contextual context of how the building relates to the residential to the rear is at least respecting that relationship. So I'm happy to put forward the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Oh, 1 moment, please. We've lost audio in the room. So I blame Councillor Layton. I blame him completely and unreservedly. It is his fault. So 5-minute recess? Okay, so we're going to take a 5-10 minutes? How long? We're going to take a 5-minute recess while the audio-visual team reconnects the meeting. And I see they're all making faces at each other. I'm sure it's somebody's fault. Okay, so we're recessed until 11:25. Thank you.
Test, test.
It's Gord Perks, the Chair of Toronto East York Community Council. We're reconvening the meeting. We are now broadcasting through the internet. We've had a series of technical challenges over the last hour and a half. The valiant staff from Toronto City Clerks and IT have managed to rig together a system with duct tape, baling wire, scotch tape, and string, and we're back. When we left the meeting, we were on item TE 34.38. We had completed deputations and questions of staff, and Councillor Layton had the floor to make whatever motions on the item he wanted to make.
Yes,
So we'll
thank you.
begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't believe I have any motions on the item, but I did want to spend some time just very quickly to thank Karina Pryor, the community planner on the file, and the community and our team from transportation. We all had a lot of meetings on site and over video about some of the concerns, particularly around the circulation of vehicles, but also the developer and planning worked on significant changes to the built form of the building that improved the transition to the neighborhood. Of course, there are still those that don't approve of development on the site, but we're going to keep working on some of the transportation issues as we go through site plan, and I do appreciate everyone's continued contribution. So thank you very much, and I'll move the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak to the item? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Mihevc, before the lunch break, you told me there was an item that you had held that you wanted to dispose of quickly. Can you tell me which item number that was?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be the item of, sorry, got a bit flat-footed here. It would be the, almost there.
Was it item 35?
Yes, item 35.
Okay, I have two deputants listed on that item. Kelly O'Hanlon. Kelly, are you with us? Welcome, Kelly. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin whenever you want.
Members of Community Council. I trust this is working and I'll try and be pretty brief. So my name's Kelly O'Hanlon and I'm the Director of Development with Diamond Corp. Together with our partners at Lifetime, we submitted an initial rezoning application for 200 Queens Quay West in June of 2020. We would like to thank city staff and the local residents and associations for their input and interest throughout this rezoning process. We're quite proud of this redevelopment. It includes a voluntary contribution of 10% of the gross floor area committed as affordable rental housing, representing at least 76 new affordable rental housing units. It also includes an overdedication of on-site public parkland. And to be brief, we ask that you adopt the staff recommendations as amended before you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions should there be any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Kelly? Seeing none, Kelly, thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
The next deputant I have listed is Cynthia McDougall. Okay, Cynthia won't be speaking. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Oh, I'm so sorry. I actually have a couple more deputants listed, hidden behind a staple. Shelley Richardson. Shelley, are you with us? No, Shelley's not connected to the meeting. Next, I have Ida Sabatina. Not connected to the meeting. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on the item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No questions of staff. Councillor Mihevc, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a motion which is to adopt the staff report subject to an amendment that has been worked on. And also the motion from the legal staff to the clerk as well. This is a very good development, almost 1,000 units, retail at grade, new public parkland. And as the applicant has said, 76 affordable units with open door incentives as well. And this is another one of Councillor Cressy's wonderful works that I get to score the goal on, but he did all the heavy lifting, to mix my metaphors.
Okay. We just want to put the one other motion up. This is the one we've already seen. Was there an additional motion? Thank you. Are there any questions for the mover? Any other members wish to speak to the item? No? On item 3435, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. The next item is TE 34.39, 287 through 291 Christie Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have a number of deputants. First, we have Roland Ram Koltoth. Not connected to the meeting. Sean McGaffey.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members of council.
Welcome, Sean. We can hear you loud and clear. You have 5 minutes. Begin as soon as you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. So my name is Sean McGaffey. I'm a senior urban designer and planner with WND Associates, and we've been working with the owner on this file since the pre-consultation back in December 2020. And really, I'm here today on behalf of the owner to say that we support the staff recommendations before you today to amend the OP designation on 291 Christie Street and to amend the zoning bylaw to permit the proposed 6-story building. And I'd also like to take the chance to thank planning staff, including Robert Ursini, who has helped us get this file to where it is today in terms of managing the implementation of the angular planes and larger family size units that have come as a result of the planning feedback and urban design considerations on this project. Happy to answer any questions any members of council may have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Sean? No, seeing none. Sean, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Lucy DeMello. Hello, Lucy. I can hear you. Welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin whenever you're ready.
I'm calling with a few concerns regarding the application for those 2 buildings and the empty lot. The first is the height, that 6 stories. It's higher than what the building next to it is, which is I have heard is about 2 stories. and that's the Jehovah's Witness building. It's a lot higher than that. Our section of Christie Street, from south of DuPont and north of Barton Street, is the narrowest part of Christie. And my other concern is the traffic flow. Right now, as it is, we have a lot of traffic here on Christie Street. I'm right on Christie. I'm just 3 or 4 doors away from that development. I'm worried also about the damage to my property in regards to the construction of that type of building and that type of development.
Sorry, Lucy, we're having some trouble hearing you. Hang on one moment, please.
Okay.
Lucy, for some reason, there seems to be a problem with the microphone at your end. Can you make sure you're speaking clearly into your microphone?
Okay, that's a problem. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly how far you were able to hear.
We heard most of what you had to say. Just continue on.
Okay. The other problem that I'm or worry that I have is the infrastructure. Our pipes, I would assume underneath our homes, have never been touched since they were first put in. That's calling for 42 residences. And I worry about the water flow from 42 toilets, washing machines, how that's going to impact on our property and others and all the other residential homes here. And also our laneway, which will see extremely high density of vehicles from that construction, that type of construction. And once it's built, the amount of cars and trucks that will be blocking our laneway and access out of our garages. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lucy. Are there any questions? No? Lucy, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Robin D. Cook. Robin, are you with us?
Hi. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Robin, welcome. You have
Thank you very
5 minutes to
much.
address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I'm not going to be the most articulate. My neighbors are much better at this, but I just wanted to voice my concerns about the height. My house is right where it backs onto where this proposal. It is going to be double the size of any building that is south of DuPont within this area. I say absolutely bring on housing in our area. Absolutely. I feel very strongly that a 6-story is far too big. There's major privacy concerns. There's major light concerns. But I think the most area that I'm concerned of is the alleyway safety. The idea that there's an additional 21 parking spots when right now our kids play in this alleyway. There's already, it's super, super narrow. I know that there was a discussion of expanding it. I'm not sure how you expand to the north end of the alleyway when the buildings are 100 years old. I think that this sets an incredibly bad precedent to build this large of a building in this is south of DuPont. That's mine.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Robin? No, seeing none. Robin, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Grant Anderson. Yes,
Hello?
loud and clear. Welcome, Grant. You have
Thank you.
5 minutes to talk to the committee. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I'm
I'm a resident and homeowner at 638 Clinton Street. Our backyard will be directly facing this new development. My major concern is the size of the building and that it is out of proportion with the surrounding neighborhood. Um, our stretch of Christie south of DuPont is very different from the north side of DuPont. I would say that this area is, populated by 2 to 3 stories at the most. This is going to be well out of proportion. And because it is on our backyard, I think Robin was saying similar concerns about privacy and blocking the sunlight in the afternoon. We have a garage and we have laneway access. It's an extremely tight laneway currently, and our kids play basketball, and there's lots of small kids. They play in the laneway. We're concerned about the safety of that. And even exiting the laneway on the north, going into DuPont, it's so tight. Um, I'm concerned about the safety issues of pedestrians as well when you're going to be adding this number of cars and parking spots after the construction is over. It seems to be not very well thought of. It seems I'm all for having a development on the site because the current site is a bit of an eyesore, but something more thoughtful and more consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods would be something that I would support. But the way it stands now, myself and a number of our neighbors don't agree with it, and that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Grant? Seeing none, Grant, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Barry Cohen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Welcome
Good
to Toronto
afternoon.
East U Community Council. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Perks, and nice to see Mr. Mahevic there. I think I saw him when he was hanging out and talking to people at Witchwood Barns, which was a lot of fun. It was nice to see a councillor engaged. And I must say, this development has been rife with poor communication to start with. There's about 5 or 6 points that we actually put in a community letter that was sent to you all. We have about 30 odd signatures, and some of the deputants will speak to that, speak to some of those points. The communication's been poor. The developer made no attempt really beyond what was required by the city to meet with us in any way, nor has the councillor. We've had consistent concerns since the first meeting back in the fall, and there were a number of letters and a number of emails and such. This is not a NIMBY situation, okay? It may sound like it because it actually is literally in our backyard. I'm at 628 Clinton. I've been here almost 20 years. I've been in Seton Village almost 30. So, it is an eyesore, and it's not literally the corner of Christie and DuPont, so that's a bit of a misrepresentation. There's the old Starbucks there, which is an eyesore of its own. It's supposed to be a new development of a grease pit, and it's overrun right now with graffiti, which is another matter that I'll be complaining to the city about. But the issue for us is, yes, it needs development. There's precedent already on the street for, I think it's 3 or 4 stories. I believe if Mr. Orsini, if I understand what he has said to us, that right now I think the bylaw is about 12.5 meters, and this is going to be double that. Our main issue was safety in that laneway. I don't know that anybody has actually walked it. I don't know if Mr. Layton's walked it. I don't know if the traffic people have actually walked it. And I don't know that in the new so-called design, where some of our concerns were mitigated to some extent, whether there was a new traffic study. So that's my question for Mr. Orsini and Mr. Layton. Was a new traffic study done? These are buildings that it's already an accident waiting to happen. So what they did when they came back was go from 14 cars to 21. They really only took off, they took off a story, but not really. They only went down 1 meter to deal with some shading. So have they done new shading study? You know, it would be great if there was something there that was 3 or 4 floors, but to actually set in precedent that you want the rest of Christie to now have a new bylaw or an amendment to the bylaw that goes up to 25 meters, essentially. This is a bigger picture here. It isn't just this building. This is a bigger picture for Christie Street, south of DuPont. So I hope I have all your attention on that. You know, others will speak to it as well. And we're still collecting signatures that we'll put forward to City Council before the meeting again in the middle of July. There is the emergency vehicle access to the laneway, use of the laneway for children and recreation, water drainage, which another resident in the area has mentioned. There'll be 21 trees knocked down, maybe 2 will be left. So there's a significant canopy. You know, privacy is completely out the window. There doesn't seem to be any mitigations that have taken any of that stuff into account. I've already mentioned height concerns and misrepresentation of the site, and the developer is already doing pre-marketing on it, which makes us all feel like we're being held in some kind of contempt. Why have this? Why have a meeting where you're going to listen to us when in fact we don't really feel listened to? That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Barry, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Troy Seidman.
Hello.
Hello, Troy. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
Thank you very much for joining us. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you want.
Thank you for this opportunity. I first want to just introduce myself because I think I'm in a somewhat unique position here. I'm the owner of 647 DuPont. My business is on the ground floor and I live upstairs. So I'm both a business owner, a property owner, and a resident. This project is going to have a direct impact on me because I don't know if you're able to see any of the materials that I submitted. But basically, I would say around 18 to 24 feet behind my property is going to be a solid wall that runs 6 stories high. And as Barry pointed out, my understanding is that this area is zoned to be a maximum of 12 meters high. It's just bonkers to me that we're considering a building that's 25 meters high. And it's disproportionate and it's going to have a real negative effect on the area. When this was brought up in the past, I think that, as Barry said, that the building was only reduced by 1 meter, but again, it's still way too high. I don't think anyone who is participating in this on this topic is against redevelopment. I think we're all in favor of redevelopment, but we want something that's proportionate and appropriate to the neighborhood, and not this, you know, massive block of condos. Another thing that I just want to elaborate on, and again, I'm not clear if any of the images that I submitted are visible. But again, just to give you an idea of the type of greenery that is going to be destroyed with this property, you know, the 20 or so trees that go down is unfortunate. But again, I'm wondering if anyone who's participating, such as Mike or the urban or the city planner, have walked around this area. There are almost no trees on DuPont or Christie. DuPont, you know, traditionally has been somewhat of an industrial area. It's been a large number of businesses that are catering to construction, and there are no trees. So it's just, you know, unconscionable that we're about to have another huge group of trees knocked down. Safety is something that I think other people have also brought up. Again, I am really concerned how a fire truck is going to be able to enter this laneway. And DuPont is being significantly redeveloped right now. I really question whether we've taken into an account how much more traffic there's going to be on DuPont in the next 2 to 5 years, based on the number of large condo projects that go from Spadina all the way to Dufferin. The final thing that I just want to talk about or touch upon, which is not something that gets much attention, is just the aesthetics of condos being built in Toronto in general. It seems that there's very little aesthetic standards that are being encouraged for condo developers. It seems that, all through this city, we're just getting large and small scale condos being built that are generic, that have no aesthetic features. And, one by one, if all these projects keep getting approved, what can we look forward to in 25 years is a city just covered with oversized, plain looking buildings. I guess that covers most of what I want to say, but again, I just can't put enough emphasis on the fact that I think it's really, bonkers that we're considering a building that's 25 meters high when this area is zoned for 12.5 meters. And I really, really hope that the council can give this some serious pause and reconsideration, and to only approve a building that's appropriately scaled to this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Troy, thank you for sharing that with us this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Julie Claycomb. Julie, can you hear us?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thanks.
You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you want.
That's great. I have some pictures because pictures worth 1,000 words. So I'd like to share a couple pictures of this laneway to kind of highlight some of the things that we've been talking about.
So we've given you permission to share your screen, yeah.
Wonderful. Let me just try to do that. My computer's being a little bit slow. Okay. Nope, not what I wanted to share. One moment. I'm a professor and I usually teach using Zoom, so WebEx is a little bit different for me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. So I wanted to show you some pictures of what this laneway looks like. So I'm a resident on Clinton Street. We've been here for about 10 years. I live about a little further away than some of the other residents you've heard from today, sort of at the other end of Loop Line Lane. This is Loop Line Lane. This is our sort of backyard. This is our back access to many of our garages on the street. And it's pointing north toward DuPont Street. You can see the car up here, that's DuPont Street. Here are some of the trees that you've heard about. There's about 20 trees. Most of those are going to be goners. This is the Jehovah's Witness building right here, this gray building. And you can see it's the tallest thing we've got on our laneway right now. And here you see a couple little guys who are using this laneway as sort of their playground. And this is pretty typical. We use this laneway for recreation. We use it for talking to our neighbors, community gatherings, and we use it for access to our garages, of course. So it's a commuter thoroughfare for us. So this is going to be really different. Here you can see my 5-year-old. He's like ready to launch on his scooter on a beautiful summer night this week. And I took him on a little activity where we tried to figure out how many cars are on the laneway already and what's the change going to be. So he's 5, he's into counting. And so we went through, we counted all the garages and we counted, and here, about here, where this star is is the 287 to 291 development. And I guess I would say, like many of my neighbors, I'm in support of developing these lots. They are an eyesore right now, and we need housing. We need affordable housing, but 6 stories just smashed in this this small footprint is really too much for this laneway and too much for this area, and it sets a really important and, in my opinion, not good precedent for this part of Christie Street. So anyway, my little son and I counted all the garages along here, and we came up with about 35 parking spots and garages that exist along this laneway right now. And this proposal adds an additional 21 cars to this laneway. So that's a 60% increase on what we've got right now. And right now, as it stands, this laneway is already dangerous. You can see it's narrow. The Jehovah's Witness building kind of butts right up against it. It's a narrow building, and you've got lots of kids and families playing on it, and lots of people, using it for bike commuting. There are also these 2 blind intersections on this lane. And so down here is one. This is facing south to Epworth Mance Lane. And the 2 structures that are built on here basically butt right up against the laneway. There's like no sidewalk there. And so they're blind intersections. You can't see anything. They're pretty dangerous. And likewise, so is DuPont Street. So here's DuPont Street. This is what it looks like. Here's the 2 historic buildings you've heard about. And right across the way is Loblaws. And good luck when you're pulling out of here. You kind of cross your fingers, say a prayer, and look 5 times and hope for the best, because this is already a dangerous intersection. So I don't know how this is going to get better if we're adding 21 more cars to this laneway, which is already really tight and really not safe at the intersections for pedestrians, cyclists, and cars alike. I'm not sure how this gets better. And I think that we really should think about how it is that this building is going to be constructed and how big it's going to be, because I think it's going to cause some real safety issues. And I really needed to go on record to make that known, that I have big safety concerns. And telling us that it's going to be, developed in the coming years, in 5 to 10 years. Okay, well, that's great to hear. Fine, I guess. But what we need is a safe laneway now. And it
Julie,
doesn't
I'm
seem
going to
like
have to
that's going
ask
to be
you for
handled
one
yet.
final thought.
I'm finished. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, Julie, thank you so much for your thoughts today. The next deputant we have is Alan Ensminger. Alan, we have you connected. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you
Oh,
so much
great.
for
I didn't hear
joining
you
us
for a
this
minute. Thanks.
afternoon. We have 5 minutes for you to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you want.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I echo many of the concerns of my neighbors. In my time, I want to focus on the concern that I have and others have related to vehicular access to the development. So as you've heard, these are common things, and we've raised them before and they haven't been addressed. So as someone who has driven, walked, and biked this laneway, which is named Loop Line, for over 10 years, I'm quite concerned that it cannot safely support vehicular access at the scale that's currently proposed. To paraphrase the response that we've received from this concern, which we first raised in November, it was, we acknowledge your concern, but once all the houses on the east side of Christie Street between DuPont and Epworth Mans Lane are turned into developments like this, it will be safe for those who remain. I'll point out why I think this is problematic. To the north, entering DuPont, the laneway is, I measured it this morning, 128 inches curb to curb, not 141 inches as mentioned in the application. 141 is aspirational and only doable if you remove the existing curb on either side to bring the laneway completely flush to those 2 brick walls that flank it. Regardless, anything short of demolishing one of those 2 walls and the historical buildings behind them isn't going to change much. And as you just heard, upon entering DuPont, you have to cross this narrow sidewalk, which I measured is only 95 inches. It needs to be wider if you're going to have lots of cars going across there. And the sight lines are horrible, and it's already dangerous for pedestrians, bikes, and cars alike. The Christie-DuPont intersection is scary, and this is just going to be even scarier. So when exiting the laneway, you can't see cross traffic until your bumper's over the sidewalk. You need to look at the reflection on the windows DuPont on Loblaws across DuPont to have any hope, and a lot of us do that. And pedestrians, I've been a pedestrian too a lot of times there. You can't see the cars turning onto DuPont from the laneway. So you kind of have to listen for them. And it's really a bit of chance, and we get away with it right now because the odds of an encounter depend on how much foot and vehicular traffic there is. With increased density and increased traffic, the chances of adverse encounters is only going to increase. Notably, as I said, the buildings whose walls create this condition are not residential, but they're historic mixed-use buildings that add considerable value to the neighborhood and are unlikely to be redeveloped anytime soon. In short, the deficiencies that you've heard that are inherent to this section of the laneway are likely to remain for the foreseeable future. Now, the south end of the laneway, as you also heard, is also challenging. Again, I encourage someone to walk that and see it. The fences and the garages of the two houses at the intersections come right up to the lane. It makes it really hard to see cross traffic when you're on a bike, which I often am multiple times a day, or in a car. And it's heavily used right now as a shortcut by members outside our community to avoid the intersection of Christie and DuPont, or to skirt the one-way streets that the city had the vision of establishing in an attempt to encourage use of the main arteries over the residential streets when Loblaws was built. I participated in the November meeting. We all raised these concerns. They were acknowledged in an email from Planner Ursini at the time, but I don't see these concerns reflected in the document. In my email in November, I offered to walk the laneway with Councillor Layden or any interested city representative so they could see these concerns firsthand. Now, to sort of end, in response to our concerns, it appears that the city has adopted the developer's messaging as presented at that November meeting, that the laneway will eventually become safer and more usable as other residential units on Christie are converted to higher density housing. The response that I received a few days ago from Planner Ursini was, and I'm quoting, "Although the laneway is substandard in size, it is part of a widening plan which will be achieved over time as properties continue to redevelopment. The laneway widening will ultimately reach a width of 6 meters. While aspirational, this is unrealistic, especially, as I just said, at the north end. Importantly, this approach does nothing to address the considerable safety concerns that will exist in the intervening years. As a father of a young child who rides his bike to school every day through this laneway, it's really of little comfort to know that the laneway will be safe for him once he's full grown and hopefully has moved out of the house. So I believe that we should be making our city safer for bikes and pedestrians, not more dangerous. The vehicular aspect of this development, I want to emphasize that. That's a huge issue. It's a step backwards in what the city is trying to do. So again, I ask the councillor and representatives to walk this laneway with me and my neighbors and see our concerns firsthand. If we don't get this right, we're going to be establishing an unsafe condition that's likely to last for many, many years to come, and it's going to be hard to correct. So thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No. Alex, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. The next deputant I have is Meb Rashid.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here. And thank you to the councillors. I know it's probably been a very long day for you, and there's many people you've listened to. Just to give you a context, I live at 632 Clinton, and it's a house that will be directly facing the back of the development on the other side of the laneway. I want to start by just saying that the previous consultation that I could not attend but watched on video from November 2021, there were a few people who spoke to the benefits of this development in terms of access to housing. Now, I just want to be clear that I think, at least me personally, I think a lot of the neighbors, my neighbors that you've heard from today, would certainly support increasing housing and in particular, accessible housing. So, you know, we haven't heard anything about the issue of, you know, will there be units there that will be accessible? Will there be rent geared to income? We certainly know that's a tremendous need downtown, but I don't think that's what we're talking about in this case, right? If this development really did include affordable housing, I think we would all have a very different sense of the development. I really want to just speak to 4 points, and my apologies, I've missed some of my neighbors' deputations as I'm at work, but there's 4 things that I want to speak to that maybe reiterates partly what's already been said. The first issue is privacy. So as I look at our home and the home of a couple of neighbors around us, we will be directly looking into this 6th-floor construction. And similarly, people there will be looking directly into our house and into our backyard. Now, I say 6th-floor construction, but it really is 7 floors because as you have seen from the report, there is a 7th floor where terraces will be available to those people who are on upper floors. So there will be 7 floors that are being utilized, which is not a tremendous compromise from the 8 floors that was initially proposed. The developer in the meeting in November last year spoke about putting planters up to obstruct views, but you know, I haven't seen any diagrams or representations of that, but I can't see how that's going to ensure privacy for any of us that are looking really at this this wall of development. I know the developer has pulled back some of the units on the Christie side, but I don't know if that's true of the development on the Laneway side. The second issue, which I don't know has been brought up, is shadowing. So there was a shadowing study that was shared in November. I haven't seen a revised one, but what it suggested is that shadows will be penetrating our backyards in summer at 5:30 at night, and in March and September at 3:15 at night. So, you know, for those of us that are working, I am rarely home at 5:30, which will mean that generally we will not have sunlight in our backyard at a time that it is able to be utilized. The third issue is really the construction phase, and I don't know if this is something that has to be brought up, but as you've heard, and I think seen in photos, the current laneway is a tremendous challenge to navigate already. The idea of adding 24 permanent parking spots as laneway is just, it's inconceivable to me. There's safety issues that have been articulated, but you know, in the years it'll take to build this development, I have no idea what will happen to those of us that utilize this laneway because I imagine it'll be ground to a halt. The fourth issue for me is community consultation. This is all a process that's new to me, but you know, I was able to listen to the meeting that took place in November of last year, the community consultation. And I've got to say, I'm a bit disappointed. I'm very disappointed looking at the document that's in front of you right now. A number of issues were raised, including concerns about the laneway. And as you've heard, there is no plan in place to extend it whilst this building is being built or really over the next few years. It is certainly aspirational. When we recognize the laneway being problematic, and despite mentioning this, the parking space were increased from 14 to 21 in the new proposal, which seems astounding. The issues around height and its impact on privacy was mentioned, but yet the building height was decreased by only 1 meter, and the number of units actually increased. And as I mentioned, there were repeated concerns about the laneway, and yet there's no current feasible plan on how to expand it in the near future. I support the idea of increasing density in our neighborhood and working with the developer to create a property that serves the needs of their economic interests, but also to maintain the needs of the community. And I don't believe this kind of consultation has happened yet. I, like my neighbors, will throw out an invitation to Councillor Layton and anyone else to please meet with us. Let us walk you through the neighborhood. You know, please acknowledge the concerns that have been raised. I think they were raised in a very articulate way in our last meeting. They seem they've been completely neglected. In some ways, some of what has been asked for has been reversed. So thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me the time.
Thank you.
If I may, Dr. Rashid, do you know that I live in the neighborhood? It's been pointed out several times that I walk through, but I'm quite aware that some people on the call actually know I live down the block. So I'm wondering, are you
I have no idea. I have no idea where you live, Councillor Layton, but it would be lovely to meet you.
I was just checking because I've walked through the neighborhood dozens of times over the past 10 years that I've actually lived just blocks away. So I just wanted to put it out there that I have been in this alley before and live in the neighborhood. So I know it's been raised by people on the call that I believe know that I live in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to see if you knew.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. I have no idea where you live, Councillor Layton, but it would be a real pleasure to meet with you and share with you our concerns, which has not happened as yet, right?
Except for, of course, at the public meeting, correct?
Yes. Yes, yeah, we appreciate that. And again, as I said, at the public meeting, we talked about the laneway, and yet more parking spots have been put in place. We talked about height, and really a 1 meter adjustment in height. So we appreciate having an audience, but I don't see how any of those concerns have been addressed in the slightest. So again, I send out the invitation, Ms. Councillor. We'd love to meet with you. I'd love to meet with you if you have time for it, but if not.
Well, Dr. Rashid,
Yes,
I hope you can stay around for when I ask questions, because then you can learn about how the building has actually evolved a little bit more than what you suggested in your presentation. So I hope you can stick around. I understand you may be busy and unable to.
Yeah, I doubt I will, but I'm sure I'll hear.
Are there any other questions for Meb? No? Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Maitesh Patel.
Hi, can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. So
Sorry,
I'm
that
not,
was my fault.
there we go. Okay, now I think I can hear you now. Thank you for hearing me out. I'm Dr. Patel. Like Rashid, I too am a physician here. And I've taken time out of my day to be part of this, and I appreciate the chance to be before you and to present some of the concerns that the community has come forward with jointly, but also in the context of a written letter that has come to you with over 30 individuals signing. I understand more individuals have signed that. And what I'd like to first point out is that no one is opposed to densification. A lot of this sense of people are just opposed to having more people, that's not it. We want to do this in a safe and engaged manner. I'm stunned, and I think many people are stunned to see the disregard for further input beyond just one meeting. This process has not been dynamic, nor has it been engaged with others. We have not had the chance to inform the builder about just the extent of impact that will be had here, which I think is why you have so many people coming before you here today. To speak directly to you. I know Mr. Layton has spoken about having walked the alley, but it is absurd to understand how anyone could propose 7 additional garage entrances and 21 vehicles in such a small space. The notion that we would depend upon an alleyway being widened north of the building site in time in order to allow for this to occur and to make it actually meet criteria for the city and meet city standards is ludicrous to me. And I think that that's why so many members are so opposed to this. It is factual that much of the information that's been presented to you is actually incorrect. Throughout this phase and throughout previous phases, the site has been presented as a corner site. That's actually not the case. The laneway width, as you've heard, is not accurately presented to you. It is much more narrow than what the information is that you have before you. And furthermore, I think the most important issue is that around safety and environmental impacts. I just want to show you behind me. All of that greenery that you see next to the gray building there, all of that greenery is due to disappear with this building. I have not heard of any buildings that remove 21 mature trees and replace it with 2 and then are subject to a simple fine. The ask here is to turn what is a residential property with mature trees on it to join it in with mixed development on 2 other properties. Already that is a big ask, but then to add to it increased parking, to not have heard the concerns of the neighborhood, to add to it the height, and then to simply say, well, we've addressed issues by reducing it by 1 meter and maybe setting back some setbacks is completely inappropriate. There has been 1 meeting that occurred in the fall of 2021, and we were then presented with a letter that invited us to this meeting. There have been no further consultations, and it stuns me to know when hearing all the other previous announcements. I think the first one was fascinating, where people spoke about the immense contributions by community members, by others to actually be a part of the process, how powerful that can be, and how that hasn't been the case here, and how many, if not all community members have felt unheard by our own councillor, and how that challenges us to this extent. A person and a car cannot coexist in the laneway as it is now. It is that simple. You cannot have a person and a vehicle together in that laneway at all. Someone will be injured, and that will be the person. You actually, if you're driving through and there's someone else there, they literally have to exit out the laneway because it's just that narrow. And you've heard that from other people. We live here. We know this site. We know what it is. I'm sorry that Mr. Layton thinks that he does understand it after living in the area for 10 years and having apparently walked it. But I think if anyone else were to walk it, he would see that it's not possible to even allow for construction access from that back alleyway anyhow. The idea that you're going to have 7 garages there is completely ludicrous. There is no ability to do that. It will destroy the use of that alleyway, and you've heard from people who use it directly. I too use it for the same purposes that others have mentioned here today. All that we're asking for is to be a part of this process. We do not want to oppose densification. We do not want to oppose things. We want to be part of a meaningful process and to be heard. Again, the changes that have happened were actually to increase the density of cars and to reduce the height by a single meter. That's not sufficient for many of us. And it really does lend a sense of just not being heard, not only by the builder, but also by our own elected officials. So I call on the city councillors to act in accordance with their assigned responsibility. And that is to ensure that our communities are safe and that we have meaningful input into the process. Reducing height by a single meter and increasing parking by 33% is not in keeping with community consultation or engagement. Thank you. I'd welcome any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mitesh? No? Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts this afternoon. Those are all the deputations I have listed on this item. Are there any members of the public in the council chamber who wish to address the council committee? No? Are there questions of staff?
Yes, please.
Floor
So
is yours, Councillor.
Thank you very much. To Mr. Orsini, this wasn't the original massing that came forward, and we've heard a couple concerns that all that's being represented is, or all that's changed is a meter reduction in height. Can you talk us through what additional massing changes were a result of the input from neighbors and the planning department on the application?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Leland. That is correct. The original proposal has reduced in height from 7 to 6 stories. And I've heard many references to the 1 meter reduction, but there has been a significant amount of setbacks placed at the front and rear of the building, as well as the upper stories, which reduced the projections into the front and rear angular planes. The residential gross floor area was also reduced despite the number of residential units being increased. That's due to the removal of the studio units, which we've heard the neighborhood requesting more family-sized units. So that has been increased from 0 to 5. And there's also been an increased rear setback to the laneway. So the applicant is actually widening a portion of their laneway behind the property to over 1.67 meters.
Can you just go over that number of units again? And
Sure.
how that's changed, how the gross floor area changed?
Yep.
And how the number of units changed as a result of the discussion.
So through the chair, the gross floor area has been reduced by, I think, 300 or 400 square meters. The number of units has increased since the proposal originally had a higher number of studio units, so that would be smaller units, and now have been revised to 3-bedroom units.
I'm sorry, Robert, I'm missing something here because you're saying the number of units has increased, but we've reduced the number of studio units.
Let me just check.
So I understand this, the reduction in studio units is what has led, or the increase in 3 bedrooms is what has led to the increase in the parking allocation. But
yes,
if you could just give us a breakdown of the number of units before and after and the unit mix.
Yep. So the dwelling units have increased from 39 to 42. And that relates to an additional amount of allocated parking as well.
But has the number of 3-bedroom units changed?
It has. It has gone from 0 to, increased 3-bedroom units from 0 to 5. So prior there were actually 0 3-bedroom units. Now there are 5. I believe there was more of a reconfiguration of not just the studio units, but likely the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom as well. So there have been a shuffle of units.
Okay. Why is this site appropriate for intensification on this level? Because we had a lot of talks, a lot of discussion in early days that it wasn't, because of the sort of kind of level of order of the street and what was around it. Why have you determined that this is an appropriate level of intensification on this site?
Through the chair, the proposed 6-story building does provide appropriate transition to adjacent lands, in my opinion. It's consistent with nearby existing recently constructed buildings of 5 and 9 stories on the north side of DuPont, which are only approximately 55 and 150 meters to the northwest of the site, respectively. The improved terracing allows for reduced shadow impacts. The proposed massing almost entirely falls below the front 45-degree angular plane, and I believe that there is an appropriate mix of residential unit types. So the 3-bedroom, they're providing more than the 10%.
So the reduction in height and the move and the removal of some of the massing towards the houses to the east is what has gotten planning on board with the proposal.
Yes, that's correct.
And in the mixed use area on Christie, there was contemplated a intensification already, right?
Yes, that's correct. And we anticipate most of the intensification in the mixed use areas designation of the official plan.
Now, I know of one example where we fought something like this at the board on a street not unlike Christie, with about the same width, the same distance to the rear of other sites. Do you have any examples of this level of intensification on a street that's not an avenue?
Through the chair, yes. I am joined by my colleagues in urban design if they have any specific examples, but there are examples that I know of that have heights similar to or greater than the heights proposed on streets that are not defined as avenues, such as DuPont Street, Davenport Road, and Dovercourt Road.
Well, DuPont Street would, of course, be a different kind of class, right? Just so
they're both DuPont and Christie are both major streets, but they're not avenues.
I'd argue that DuPont's kind of a different beast, but can I just, I've got 2 more questions. One quickly on how long has this application been in, and do they have the right to appeal?
The application was submitted in early 2021, I believe.
Okay. So they'd have the right to appeal now. Can I ask one question about, two more questions. One, you would have examined whether or not all the infrastructure, below ground infrastructure could take 41 additional units, correct?
Yes, so the applicant has provided all of the required studies and reports to our engineering and construction services team, and they have reviewed all of these reports and provided comment thoroughly. And if the applicant should need to increase the capacity or build up the infrastructure to support the development, they would have to construct it and pay for it.
Okay.
But
And urban forestry has seen this because there was some concern over the tree canopy, something I'm very concerned with. Urban forestry has seen this and is okay with it.
Yes, that's correct.
And finally, I think Daniel's on the line to talk to me about transportation. Can you tell me how many vehicles would be exiting or entering at peak hour from this number of parking spots?
Through the chair, in the report that was submitted with the application, the estimate was about 12 to 13 trips, which, given the increase of parking supply, is not an absurd sort of conclusion. I would say it's probably a bit conservative to try and create a worst case scenario.
So that's at peak hour, correct?
That's during the peak hours, yes. Yeah, two-way trips during the peak hour.
Okay, 2-way trips. So that means 12 trips or 24 trips?
That means 12 in total, 13 to 12.
Okay.
Or sorry, 12 to 13, yeah.
And does transportation, we've looked at the north side of the lane, how vehicles would get in or out, and we're comfortable with what is being proposed?
Well, as mentioned, obviously the lane now functions with a bit of a two-way function. As you've heard, it is a bit tight going north. I think there's maybe some discussion to be had sort of separate from this application to discuss maybe restricting it to inbound only. But we don't have necessarily any issues with the public lane being used to provide essentially rear lane garage access, which is the same that's using for the houses.
Okay.
And as noted, it will be widening the lane by 1.5 meters, 1.6 meters.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dan. Nice haircut.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff?
No, I think it's back to me, Gord.
Back to you, Councillor.
This is that City Council add a recommendation that we direct the owners, that the owner provide design solutions to mitigate privacy and overlook issues on the eastern face of the proposed building to be secured as part of the site plan control application to the satisfaction of the chief planner and executive director of city planning in consultation with the ward council. So just to open my remarks, I'd like to say when the application first came in at 7 stories, I thought that the developer was going way too aggressive, and I was pretty confident that planning would have outright flatly rejected that proposal. Which they said no, but they do as planning does and what they should, and they entered into a dialogue with the developers on trying to mitigate what some of the concerns with. I had lengthy conversations with the planners about the width of Christie and how it was inappropriate to draw the angular plane from the point at which they were drawing, which is the planned right-of-way width. And short of me going out and getting a tape measure and measuring across building face to building face, they demonstrated that in fact it was a 20-meter right-of-way and are entitled to, at least on a good portion of the site, this level of intensification. Like that we cannot dispute that at the board, at the LTB. It simply would get laughed out. There are examples of where we've been we've challenged this notion before. I in fact pushed one of the developments along Ossington 2 at that point, the OMB, based on that very exact point, and we lost. Unfortunately, it was a building 109 Ossington, very similar context to this. But on the flip side of this, I think it's important to realize that this is a major street and it's a major node. It's within the MTSA, PMTSA area around Christie Station. It's not a far walk. If we're looking for sort of that gentle intensification in our communities, this is the type of project. I honestly think 4 would fit better with the surrounding context. I live far enough away, it's not a conflict or anything, but I walk this area often. I think 4 would fit a whole lot better in the surrounding context. Unfortunately, it's not 4 in front of us. And the reality is there are examples of 6 in the same context elsewhere in the city. I appreciate that. Like, I use my laneway 2 in this neighborhood when there are kids around, and there's a school not far from my place that's reconstructing and putting all their parking right behind where all the kids go out and play. Now they'll use the parking at a different time than when these people will use their parking. But it's a reality of the use of those laneways because we don't want the parking going in and off over Christie Street. So while I completely appreciate the positions that are being put forward by some of the community members, I think there's 2 fundamental things here that we need to contend with. One is that we will be overturned at the at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I can say with almost certainty. There have been changes to the project to make it more acceptable, including moving a significant amount of the girth of the building, of the mass, away from those neighbors to the east. But then the second thing we got to contend with is realistically, what does intensification on a site like this look like? There was a fire in one of the properties. It was burnt out. An old sign store that you could see the rats who are tenants living in the main floor, and a vacant lot where most of the trees are. And unfortunately, any development on this site would likely take out most of those trees because there are trees growing into fences between lot lines. if we're going to put forward a realistic vision for some intensification on this site, it is likely, because of the cost of development, going to be more than 4 stories. That is a reality. The city staff worked as hard as they could to address some of the concerns while maintaining a project that had some viability, and that's why I'll be supporting the application as it stands now, because it's better than it was. And I think it's inevitable that we'll see this level of intensification on this site or something close to this. And notwithstanding the concerns that I think many of the neighbors are right, that a 4-story building would probably fit in a little bit better with the surroundings. But we are in a housing crisis. We do need to build, so we need to have realistic expectations on what it takes to build. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, I'm just going to add a quick comment. I concur with what Councillor Layton has said on both points, which is sites like this are candidates for this kind of intensification, not just here, but across the city. And secondly, people need to be mindful of the fact that in Ontario planning law, the final arbiters of who's right and who's wrong is not Toronto City Council, it's the Ontario Lands Tribunal. So far from Councillor Layton not hearing people's opinions, it's very clear that he's heard people's opinion and made the best assessment possible on how to deliver on as many of their concerns as possible without risking losing all of them. And I want to congratulate him on a job well done here, both in terms of city building and also in terms of working with a neighborhood to get as many of their concerns addressed as possible. Are there any other members who wish to address the item? Seeing none, we'll take Councillor Layton's amendment and the item as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is TE 34.40. We have 2 deputants listed. The first is Ken Wilcox.
Hello.
Ken, are you with us? Oh,
Yes, I'm here.
hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you want.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I promise to be brief. My name is Ken Wilcox, Vice President of Development here at TAS. We are the proponent for the proposed redevelopment of 888 DuPont Street. I'm just turning on my video as well, if I can. There we go. Of course, I'm speaking today to support the staff recommendation to approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for the subject site. The redevelopment of 888 DuPont has been a passion project for the entire team here at TAS since we acquired the site more than 3 years ago. We have deep respect for the role that the site has played in the community throughout its history. The land containing 888 DuPont was a site of human activity for thousands of years prior to European settlement. It's part of the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. For centuries, the historic Garrison Creek ran directly beneath the site until the construction of the rail corridor, when the site became an important part of a manufacturing hub. In recent decades, 888 DuPont has hosted a diverse and eclectic mix of creative uses and tenants. With our proposed redevelopment, we are determined to honor and expand on that vibrant mix of production and creativity. The proposed development is entirely purpose-built rental, and all of the homes will have the flexibility to operate as live-work units. In direct response to community feedback, 10% of the live-work programming has been designated as affordable. The amount of affordable housing has increased by more than 50% over our initial application. This translates to a total of 20 affordable live-work housing units, which we are excited to deliver with our partners at Wood Green. None of this would have been possible without the hard work and commitment of city staff. I would like to personally thank Sipo Mfango for her leadership and Itai Peleg for his creative collaboration. I'd also like to recognize Eric Hunter and the rest of the team at the Housing Secretariat for their hard work and support. And finally, I'd like to recognize Councillor Layton for his leadership on this application over the past 2 years. Councillor Layton's clear and steadfast commitment to affordable live-work housing on the site has been the catalyst that has propelled the project forward from its inception. Thank you for your support, and more importantly, thank you for challenging us to raise the bar. Thank you to committee for your time and attention. I'm happy to respond to any questions as required.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ken? I don't see any. Ken, thank you for your advice today. The next deputant we have is Misha Bresniak. No, that's all fine. I believe Misha's here for the next item. So that concludes the list of deputants that I have. Are there any members of the public in the chamber who wish to address the committee? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? No? Councillor Layton, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion. It might be two motions. It may just be one. This is attachment 5 for the report to replace with the revised version. Was that it? Maybe. I guess so. I'm going to be very, very brief because I was longer in the last one. I still hope to see my kids tonight, which I didn't last night. So here we go. When asked, oh, there is another motion. Sorry, there it is. There's some car share stuff, and people get membership to a car share, some cash for a bike station, membership to a Presto card fully loaded, a bike share membership, units, da 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 da. If you're ever asked who a good developer to work with in Toronto, I know the name that I'm going to answer, and it's Taz. You know, they clearly communicated with the tenants in the building immediately upon when those folks were scared about their future. This was a really weird building, very beautiful and cool, but very odd tenant situation. They went in, were honest with those tenants, and treated them fairly and with respect. I know some didn't want to go, but the building was not in good shape. It couldn't be protected. Taz worked with Heritage on what elements should be protected, worked with the tenants about finding people suitable locations. I'm sure not all did or are happy, but they certainly tried more than a lot of other developers that I've ever seen tried. Then they came in with an aggressive proposal, but heard the community about what our priorities were, in particular around affordable live workspace. And while they didn't make the exact point or got to the point that I was trying to push them to, they got far enough. And it's certainly further than we would see in most developments with 10% set aside for affordable live workspace. Unfortunately, we don't have the power to do any more. And it's more than what we would have achieved through inclusionary zoning on the site. But they were good partners throughout this, and so I'm pleased to move the staff recommendations. And with my thanks to the planning department and all the other partners at the city that helped advance this.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Layton? Seeing none. Any other members of committee wish to speak on the item? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, we now go to TE 34.42, 185 Beloyal Street and 8 Paleton Crescent, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. Oh, I missed the handwritten notes. Okay, so I just take back everything I said, and we are going instead to TE 34.41, 661, and 663 through 665 Huron Street zoning bylaw amendment application, final report, Ward 11, Statutory Planning Act, RSO 1990. I'm getting a weird. Can I continue?
Play through the pain, Gord. Just go.
Okay, so it appears we can keep going. I have 2 deputants listed on this item, The first one is Misha Brezhniak. Misha, are you with us?
Yes.
Oh, hi. There you are.
Hi.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. It's a simple project. I'll be brief. I'm Misha Berezniak from Smart Density. We are the architects and planners on the project. I wanted to thank staff for the positive report and for working together with us on this project and moving it forward and improving it. I would also like to know that in addition to working with staff, we also worked on this project closely with the Annex Residents Association, and we're looking to incorporate many of their suggestions. The project includes 2 existing small apartment buildings that have 19 units between them that are remaining on the site. And the project adds 6 family-sized units on the rear, on the laneway. This project brings about many of the ideas the city needs and what that we are trying to promote. It's a missing middle development that brings in gentle density. It brings in large family-sized units. It's fully purpose-built rental. It significantly improves the streetscape along the laneway. And it also introduces attractive landscaping within the property that serves both the new and existing units. The staff report, again, positive, has all the details. And but if there are any further questions, I'm happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Misha, thanks so much for your thoughts this afternoon. The next deputant I have listed is Olivia Tharm.
Hey there.
I'm not sure of the spelling. Hi, Olivia.
Hi. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak on this matter. My name is Olivia Tharm. I'm a current resident of 663 Huron Street, a building on the lot where the proposed development would occur. And I'm here today with my partner, Andrew Makem, as well as some of our neighbors who have been supporting us in expressing our respectful opposition to this proposal.
So we just wanted to voice a couple of our concerns based on our experience with this property so far. We love this neighborhood and we enjoy the apartment that we found here. We found from the very start, however, that the property is certainly not well managed. In a neighborhood known for its beauty, we live in a house surrounded by debris, unkempt grass, and near destroyed structures. Broken glass littered the parking lot and yard when we moved in and was not removed for months. We just went out earlier and there's still some out there. Behind the house, there's a totally derelict bike shelter housing multiple abandoned bikes that have essentially fused with the structure. During the winter, when there was heavy snowfall, the snow removal was so poor that Canada Post refused to deliver mail to the building for an entire week, and one of the residents in the basement of our building told us that he was snowed into his unit for several days. The back door of our building doesn't even lock. None of these things are difficult to fix, which leaves me wondering, when was the last time the owners even visited the building? Personally, my experiences listed here don't give me hope that adding yet another building to the property will improve the conditions. One of the owners even said himself in the last meeting that our building was an eyesore, when in fact it is his responsibility to care for the property, and by the point he had already owned it for years and had plenty of time to make aesthetic improvements. Though they outsource the property management to another company, I feel that these things are ultimately their responsibility as the building owners. What I've said so far is purely circumstantial, and the following are just some more tangible reasons why I feel this is a poor proposal. 1, it will require eliminating a 12-car parking lot that's often nearly full, while simultaneously increasing the number of people who will require a parking space in the area. 2, it will likely require years of loud and disruptive construction work that will dramatically affect the quality of life of the residents already living in the 2 buildings, probably at least 40 people, including many families with young children. This doesn't even include the residents of the other 4 buildings that border on the parking lot in question. All this disruption to construct 6 units that could house at absolute maximum 20 people. 3, many houses in this neighborhood have similar parking lots on their properties, and approve this and approving this proposal runs the risk of encouraging more corporate buyers to purchase historic annex homes and make similar modifications.
And just an emphasis that it is 12 spaces. And so you can imagine just how small that space is for a 12-car space.
Just to conclude, as tenants of the property and people who will be directly affected by the outcome of this effort, we would like to affirm our respectful opposition to this proposal. To reiterate, a decision will be made by the council on this matter, but we speak as some of the many people who will potentially have to wake up to that decision's consequences every day for however long it takes to construct the development. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on this application. Are there any members of the public in the chamber who wish to address the committee on this? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? Councillor Layton.
I had no questions from staff, but just to speak, I don't have any motions on this item. I'll move the staff recommendations. Just very quickly to the point that Olivia and Olivia's partner made. Those are certainly concerning issues around the buildings themselves and how they're being kept. And I'm quite happy to follow up with our municipal licensing and standards division to try to make sure that that the owners of those buildings are managing them appropriately for those for their tenants. On the other side, I'm sorry, I can't share the position that we shouldn't intensify sites like this in our community, at least in some way. You know, the original, and I don't know at what stage you engaged on the development process, but the original proposal for this site was to demolish the two heritage houses and build a 4-story apartment building, which, to be honest, would have been an acceptable move in a neighborhood like this, because there are other 4-story walk-ups all around. It would have housed, it wouldn't have actually increased the number of units a whole hell of a lot, because there are two beautiful century homes there that are already subdivided. It would have increased more than 6, but not but I wouldn't say a huge number more. But when the developer started working with the community association and heritage and planning, it was determined that a more appropriate course was adding 6 laneway homes. We had a lot of discussion with the community about the number of laneway homes. Indeed, the community would like there to be one less in that same space in order to provide more distance between the existing buildings and the front of the laneway houses. The problem there is it makes almost every floor unlivable because they're too thin. So with the deepest respect to the neighbors that will have to manage with construction in not a far proximity, we can't not develop new housing because construction is going to be loud for a little bit of time to neighbors. It's happening all across the city where 60 or 70-story buildings are going up next to 60 or 70-story buildings for 6, 7, 8 years. These are laneway houses. They will take, I dare say, more like 18 months at max, probably less than a year to build, but we can't not build housing on sites like these. It's important that we put infill around our transit stations. It's critical that we do that as a city. And I would say to the residents of those buildings, the alternative, and if this doesn't go through, I have no doubt that his developer will either give up and sell the property or revert back to the original proposal that was to demolish the buildings and build an apartment building on the site, which would put everyone out of their housing and not protect them. Keeping those sites in good order is critical and their responsibility. That needs to be firm. But I'm sorry to say that I don't agree with the assessment that we shouldn't allow gentle density like this in communities like the annex close to public transit. And for that reason, I'll be supporting the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak on the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We now move to item TE 34.42, 185 Beloyal Street and 8 Paleton Crescent zoning bylaw amendment application final report. I have one deputant listed, Paula Bustard.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Paula, welcome. You have 5.
Welcome. Thank you very much. I apologize. I don't know why my camera's not working right now. Paula Bustard, EVP of Development with Smart Centers. I really have no specific comments. I'm here to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your consideration. And thanks to staff and the community for working with us through this process. And yes, I'm just here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Are there any questions for Paula? Seeing none, thank you so much for making yourself available today. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the Community Council on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow.
I'm going to move the staff recommendations and thank you, Shane Taylor, the local planner, for working with us and local residents, representatives of nearby buildings, along with CEDRA, the local residents association, literally up until something like an hour ago, to work together and arrive at resolutions. The main test of any development in our community is the application going to leave us better than they found it? It's not always the case. And I know that there will be people who are unhappy with aspects of this development. And as has been said on other items today, there's always a risk of, not only a risk, a prediction that, if it is not resolved at the council level, it will go to the Ontario Lands Tribunal, and we will inevitably end up with far less of what we consider leaving the place better than they found it. In this particular case, we've achieved some incredibly important goals for our community. Nothing more important than achieving a new park. And just for context, if any of you know Davisville Village, it's already a very dense neighborhood, an apartment neighborhood. There are many more proposals coming into the neighborhood, and even the existing green space is subject to an enormous amount of pressure for infill development. So wherever we can achieve new park space to support both the residents who live there today and the new residents who will move in tomorrow, we want to ensure that we can achieve that. And on this site, we did. And I'm really grateful to Shane and to all the residents who were just so thoughtful, opposed what they should oppose because they believed that it was necessary to challenge, but also were always open-armed about arriving at very specific, thoughtful goals. And so it was never like just a no. It was we have specific concerns, we need to address them. And that's why we've arrived at a place now that I think is far less controversial. The last thing I just want to mention, we all love Andrew, who is the convenience store owner on the existing site. And, he's one of those people that just gives you a smile every time, like literally every time you walk in. He's that kind of person, and so is his family. And a lovely thing about this community is that when we had the community meeting about this proposal, well, there were lots of different opinions about the built form proposal and the need for the park. So many people spoke up on behalf of Andrew. They don't want to see him gone. So it was like, there was a big energy, big focus on, we want Andrew here. But it wasn't just about Andrew. The proximity to so many people in this really dense neighborhood, to a little store where you can get your milk and get your bread and get your, whatever you need, is really important to people's quality of life, especially people with mobility challenges, but everybody. We don't want a food desert. So for all those reasons, you will see in here an acknowledgement by the applicant that they are going to work with the existing convenience store owner to see how that can be accommodated, which I really appreciate. So I want to thank the applicant. I want to thank the residents. I want to thank Shane for doing such an awesome job. I want to thank Nathan Weiner from my office for being such a critical part of this, especially while I've been here with you. He's been doing work in behind the scenes. And I really appreciate all the residents for just their thoughtful approach to this. So there you go.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Any other members of the Community Council wish to speak to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is TE 34.44, 1406 through 1428 Yonge Street, Official Plan and Zoning Amendment Application Final Report. Oh, working on two lists. No, it's my mistake. Don't worry. The next item is actually TE 34.43, 744 through 758 Mount Pleasant Road, zoning bylaw amendment application, final report, Ward 12 Statutory Planning Act. We have no deputants. Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Matlow, you have the floor.
So unfortunately, this is another that I need to send to council without recommendation, only because there are some pertinent issues that we need to resolve in the next 2 weeks. So we just need the time. We need the time and space to do so.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? On the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Now we turn to TE 34.44, 1406, 1428 Young Street Official Plan and Zoning Amendment Application, final report. I do have deputants. The first is Adam Brown. Adam, you're back. Welcome. You know the drill. Go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And if I can share my screen briefly, I'll be very quick. First of all, city staff have done a great job. David and Oren in planning, Itai and James in urban design, Ragini and Ann in heritage, Dan and Dan in transportation and ECS, and Alex in legal. Again, staff have really worked hard, as they always do, especially during this time when you have all these applications. And I thank the councillor and his office and staff for always being available to chat with us and set up meetings. Also, Kathy McDonald and the Deer Park Residents Group have a letter of support in. We made sure we consulted with them early in the process and made sure we updated them as we went along, and thanked them for their support. The map shows you the context, which everybody knows, the location and proximity to TTC, so I'll move through that quickly. We know that there's lots of tall buildings being approved in the area, as you'd expect near transit. An important aspect that changed throughout the process was this building that we were asked to retain as an important heritage feature for the area by both the community and heritage staff. So our application completely changed through the process, and you know the mixed use designation. Just to tell you, another relationship issue we had was these are fake windows in the front of the building. So we were asked to have particular attention to the way our building related to the back portion, where they have real working and operable windows. And that building to our north had setbacks that they were built with of 2.3 to 3.8 meters. What staff had us do and look at, which was successful in terms of setbacks, is 7.5 meters at the front portion of the building, and actually 12.5 meters for that portion that's adjacent to where the windows are. Much better relationship than that development to the north was required to do years back when it was built. And then this just shows you a site plan of that. And most importantly, a very successful integration of the heritage building, a pass through that takes a look at the view through to the cemetery behind, which is also an important heritage feature. And again, showing you the setbacks to the building, which is much greater than what was provided when that building was built. We have access, which is just to the loading. We do not have parking for this building. It's not needed given the proximity to the subway. And again, the typical floor plates and just some views down the street. So, and a close up to what you can see through a very high porte cochere that we were asked to create those views that actually don't exist even as well today as they ought to exist for the future. So an extremely successful process. And again, I thank everyone involved, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, Adam, thanks so much for coming and presenting to us today. The next deputant that I have is David Mowat. David?
Hello, can you hear me?
Very clearly, yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is David Mowat. I'm the president of the board of the Claremont, which is a 14 floor, 87 unit condominium immediately to the north of the subject site. Despite efforts by the developer to squeeze this building into the site, I think it remains true that this is a very large building, 419 units, for a small site of 991 square meters. There have been some improvements in the resubmission, but we think there are still problems because of the size mismatch. We do understand the difficulties and the pressures on the planners and our councillor, but equally, we respectfully question the conclusion of planning that this proposal meets the intent of the recommendations such as the Young Sinclair Planning Framework and the Tall Building Design Guidelines. This tower is greater than 4 times higher than the limit for this area, for example, and most of that north face is closer than the 12.5 meters because there's simply no room to move this tower further away on this site. We also question whether the proposal overall respects the neighborhood context, privacy, sky views, or especially shadow impact. On the south-facing aspect of our building, everybody has lost the morning sun completely. And for about a third to a half of those residents, they will sit on their outside and on their terrace, and they will not see the sun directly for the whole day. And it also overshadows our outdoor amenity on the 6th floor. So there is a massive impact on the quality of life of the residents of the Claremont. The main concern we have remaining is traffic. Now, we've read the traffic report, and it does concentrate overall on the traffic generated by residents and the absence of parking and traffic counts at intersections and so on. We have no problem with any of those. Where we find that there's an absence of information is concerning the traffic in and out of the driveway for pickup and drop off, for the collection of garbage and recycling. Incidentally, the city cannot pick up their garbage and recycling because they cannot accommodate city's trucks. Contractors, household moves, and deliveries. So at the Claremont, we have undertaken a survey of who goes in and out of our driveway each day. And we've done this for several months. We have an average of 25 vehicles other than the residents' own cars every day. The new building is 4.8 times the size, the number of units of our building. So they could expect probably 100 in and 100 out every day. That might be less if, as the city says, deliveries can happen from Yonge Street. But that presents, of course, its own problems. So if you take the example just of moving in and out and a household move, using conservative assumptions of the proportion of renters and the length of stay and so on, there would be more than one move in or out every single day based on Monday to Friday. And at the same time, of course, all those other things going on, picking up garbage and contractors coming and going. And there's a necessity of turning around in this driveway, which is small. And the number of vehicles suggests that this might well back up onto Yonge Street. And that's a street that's already very congested with car traffic, pedestrians, patios, multiple delivery vehicles at all times, and patios. So we're concerned that there hasn't been enough data analysis.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, but you're at your time.
Oh, okay. Well, just to finish up, we would like you to consider a pause on the progress of this application, either now or later, to
Okay.
examine the issue I
Thank
described.
you very much. Okay. Are there any questions for David? No, seeing none. Thank you for coming and making a deputation today. Our next deputant is Mansour Kazaruni. Not in the meeting? Okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? None? Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow.
Thanks, Gord. I'm sending this also to council without recommendations. As you heard, the residents have asked for a pause. Obviously, we don't control the provincial planning process. We don't get to choose how long it takes for an applicant to decide to go to the OLT. And we don't get to choose what the OLT is going to decide. But we do have these 2 weeks, and we're going to, as you can see, I've got a lot of meetings lined up. So we're going to work on this over the next 2 weeks.
Okay. On Councillor Matlow's motions, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.46, 483 through 491 Bay Street and 21 Albert Street zoning amendment final report. We have deputants. The first is Joanne Stevenson.
Pardon? Real human being. My sympathies.
We just have to make a small adjustment to accommodate having a live deputation and trying to avoid getting feedback.
Could be the WebEx instance itself. Pretty sure it's a WebEx instance itself. Connected video system. No, not video system. It's gonna go through the system here. Oh, like that? Yeah, no. Yeah, it's not this thing. Yeah. Smart video, control settings. Yeah. Device manager. Yeah. Just go down. All right. We didn't actually flip it over. I never put this thing asleep. Never put this thing asleep. It's been, yeah. Can we? Can we unplug it? Did you try unplugging it? Replugging it? It's not detecting. Maybe it's not saying that. That's the camera. Across. Long enough. Yes, it says not recognized. Click it. Maybe it's malfunction. Device.
Just to warn the clerks who are troubleshooting right now, their mic is live, and I like to use a certain word when I'm troubleshooting and it's not working, and you may want to refrain from using words like that.
All right, Joanne, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. For members of the Toronto Historic Council, I want to let
Joanne, could you move the microphone a little closer to yourself?
there are some photos. Can you hear me?
I can. You're a little faint. Speak up nice and clear.
There are some photos in your inbox, in the councilor's inboxes of the Trinity Square Park, so you can see what it looks like. And that's no good either, huh? Okay. All right, so there are photos in the inboxes of the councilors. Okay. And I would also like you to know that there has been a statement of concern signed by, in just 1 week, signed by 335 people with some of their comments of concern. And these were sent to Councillor Robin Buxton Potts, who I've seen since early this morning sitting there. A lot of you have been awesome. Okay, so I'm Joanne Stevenson. I'm chair and co-founder of the Labyrinth Community Network of Ontario, and it's going to be called LCNO from now on. And we spearheaded the Labyrinth in Trinity Square Park. As you consider the merits of this proposal at 483 Bay Street, I ask you to consider equally the merits of Trinity Square Park, Toronto Public Labyrinth, and the Church of the Holy Trinity. The city helped to create this peaceful oasis for people in the downtown core, and it is my sincere hope that you will continue to protect it and its footprint. This quiet, open public space has a unique culture within the downtown core. A little of the history. In 1984, Trinity Square Park was a leftover plot of public land enclosed by the church, the back door of the Eaton Center, and the Bell Trinity building. The city opened a design competition to correct that abandoned lot, and the Tom Partnership, working with Fleming, Corbin, McCarthy Landscape Architects, won the contract for an award of excellence. An architect with the Tom Partnership at the time described their entry as simple, confident, and elegant. They wanted strong sight lines to the historic church, both from St. James Street and from Bay Street. These hard lines were contrasted with somewhat medieval elements such as the clock tower, the water fountain, and artificial waterway. The classical three gates drew the eye to a lush green lawn surrounded by flowering trees. By the late 1990s, the Labyrinth Community Network, or LCNO, approached the city looking for an appropriate site for a public labyrinth, and planners at the city suggested Trinity Square Park, but it was left to our volunteer group to find funding and develop community support. We formed a collaboration with the City of Toronto and the Church of the Holy Trinity and raised the money with major funding from Ontario Trillium Foundation and some corporate neighbors. Trinity Square Park continues to provide an oasis in the downtown core. You can observe people eating lunches under the trees, feeding birds, resting on the steps and benches in the sunshine. Here's some recent feedback from labyrinth walkers there. A court worker uses the labyrinth at lunchtime to reduce her stress. A man comes every day to pray privately at the center. A bank employee has a practice of walking regularly, and he deeply appreciates not only the labyrinth, but the trees and encounters with birds. A tourist makes labyrinths his destination and found Toronto's public labyrinth be an exceptional one. For 25 years, LCNO has held open walks on the occasion of the solstices and equinox, which is hard to imagine continuing these walks, celebrating the sunshine without sunshine. Its appeal stretches far beyond the downtown core. The TPL is part of a global network of labyrinths listed on international websites in Australia, the UK, and the United States. Closer to home, Toronto Public Labyrinth was selected by Doors Open as one of Toronto's sacred spaces and was featured by the Parliament of World Religions when it came to the city in 2019. Here are some major concerns, just a few, but they're big. Living in Toronto, I appreciate the work the city does to nurture the few green spaces that exist. I took an overview of the downtown core looking on Urban Toronto or Google Earth, and it's dense and dark. I know there are some little pockets of greenery, but Trinity Square Park does stand out as featuring strong, healthy trees, a hedge, and grass. And these are nurtured by the sun.
Joanne, can I ask you to please conclude your remarks with a final thought?
Okay, geez. Okay. Right. So we have this organic friendship with the church. We stand behind them for their areas of social justice, homelessness, hunger, and affordable housing. Trinity Square Park has a unique character and it needs nurturing. And we're concerned, yes, about the shade, but also that it could revert to being a forgotten back lot again, a wind tunnel, and a shadowed alleyway of concrete.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions for Joanne? Seeing none, Joanne, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today.
You.
The next applicant I have listed is Keith Nunn.
Hello, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Ah, super. Dear Chair and members of Council, the question of building heights on this parcel was settled by mutual agreement of the landholders and City Council, including Holy Trinity, in the 70s and 80s. There are several agreements which enabled the development of the Eaton Center, created Trinity Square Park, protected Holy Trinity, and limited the height of buildings on this site. Those agreements remain in force, and the current property owner either knew or ought to have known that they existed. This site was not a leftover and is seriously encumbered by those agreements, and the proponents of this development have made no attempt to reopen those agreements. Council should reject this application simply for that reason. However, I also have a number of specific concerns. Sunlight. One aspect of the agreements was the preservation of sunlight in the square. Initial proposals eliminated almost all sunlight. Holy Trinity insisted that a minimum amount of sunlight be preserved by restricting building heights to the south. That amount of sunlight amounts to approximately 4 hours. That is the bottom end of what is required for trees to thrive. Trees require 4 to 6 hours of sunlight. This supposedly slim tower would reduce sunlight to 3 hours. That is a 25% loss. It may be that existing trees can survive this. However, there is little hope of future trees ever getting established. Wind. The wind study prepared for this development shows speed increases across the square. These are most significant across the northern edge, where the majority of pedestrian traffic is focused. And while the study authors deem it acceptable for walking, it will definitely increase and will more frequently be moved into the uncomfortable for sitting zone. Some deem the space underutilized and merely a passageway. However, that is in part because of the removal of most of the benches about 10 years ago. I think we all want to see better public utilization of this space, including sitting for concerts or merely lunch. And adding to the wind in the square runs counter to that desire. Construction disruption. While construction is necessary and part of life in a city, it is inconceivable that construction on such a small parcel will not have serious effects on the neighbors. I am concerned especially with fire access and Wheel-Trans access to Holy Trinity. It is impossible to conceive of reasonable access being maintained via James North of Albert. I suspect that the developer has proposed or will propose using the Bay Street Walk as an alternative. However, destruction of this magnificent tree canopy to create fire and Wheel-Trans access during construction will be basically unrecoverable and further isolate Holy Trinity during the proposed lengthy construction. It is likely that Holy Trinity would not survive such a multi-year disruption of access. Holy Trinity is a very active place used by many different people from many economic classes and backgrounds. It is not simply a church, it is a venue that event planners depend on. Recordings happen there. It provides significant supports to the poor and the houseless. Given the work that Holy Trinity does in this town with respect to the poor and the arts and community discourse, it is likely that many people would be upset to see the end of Holy Trinity as a viable community. Housing. This project will do a little to address the housing crisis in this city. This is going to be high-cost housing. It may or may not bill itself as luxury, but given the height and the small footprint, the construction costs per square foot are going to be considerable and out of reach of average Torontonians. With respect to housing, council and developers would serve us better by putting an end to exclusionary zoning and seeing that so-called missing middle housing is built across the city. The fact that developers have to fight for variance on nearly every project that is not a sprawling suburb means that it is rarely economical to pursue anything but tall towers. I'm not opposed to towers. I think they can even be great. However, when we start to put towers side by side by side, they become instead a characterless wall. And that is what this project is achieving. It is putting chinking in a crack in the wall around Trinity Square and will throw us into a literal darkness.
Keith,
and
I'm going to have
flies
to
in the
ask you to,
face of the agreements which govern this
Keith,
site.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop there, okay? You're
Yep,
over your
I'm
time.
done.
Great. Are there any questions for Keith? Seeing none, the next deputant is Adam Brown. Adam?
Thank you, Mr.
We have a faint hope of completing the meeting by 6 o'clock. Be
Okay.
mindful.
I'm going to be mindful. I'm going to be quick. I'm going to thank staff. I won't name everybody, but planning, urban design, and legal staff for their help through the process, and the counselor's office also for holding the public meetings. I'm going to start there for a minute. I've read the objections and I want to just address them, and I'll share my screen as well. There was comments in the objection letters that there wasn't enough consultation, or some say there wasn't any. I can tell you we had a public consultation process. It was a positive one. It was done with tables and breakout groups. We had 3 people from our office, planners, urban designers, architects, and traffic consultants and the like, heritage staff. We had everyone there at those meetings, and it was a very successful public consultation process. So I'll address that. There's comments that there are 40-year-old plans and guidelines that are old guidelines that somehow tell us what we ought to be doing at the site. And I'm just going to simply say that's just not correct. It doesn't restrict development or the planning of the site in 2022. And I'm going to quickly take you to the site, which is maintaining the office building. And we were asked to take a very close look at the circle, the Lapin Circle, and the church, and we did that. And these are just the designs of the buildings, which again, I'll take note of your comment. It fits within the context of the area. But most importantly, there were comments about shadow protected areas, and in my respectful submission in one of the letters, an incorrect reference to old guidelines, failing to recognize what your staff recognized, the actual new in-force official plan policies, which call for the highest densities in this mixed use #1 area in the downtown. So that's #1. This is the shadow study in March, September, where there's greater impact than you'd have in any other time of the year, of June, so to speak, that we look at. What you see in gray is existing shadows at 918. If I go to the next slide, again, no additional shadows from our proposal. What you see in red is the as of right zoning today and what it would allow. The blue over here is what the proposal is, doesn't touch Trinity Square Labyrinth. And then if we go to the next one, that's existing as of right zone shadow today. We could get a permit tomorrow for that without the rezoning. Again, no additional shadow, 1118. And I had this blown up because if I give you the small shadow studies, hard to see. This is the only time for a limited period where you'd have additional shadow, which you are permitted to have additional shadow based on the policies. And then again, in the corner. The red is the as of right again. And again, by the afternoon, 218, it's off of the area. So when I take you through these policies and I have you take a look at not only the policies in the studies and the results of those studies, and you look at the policies referenced in your own staff report, they correctly reference the secondary plan policies, which call for intensification and looking at the shadowing carefully. It does not have the test of no net new shadow. That was not carried forward in your secondary plan. It talks about adequately limiting, and we've done everything to adequately limit shadows with our design. It's been a carefully reviewed proposal for that purpose. And so when people try and use 40-year-old plans and outdated design guidelines to say this is what should be done, it ignores the new policies that are in effect. And I will end there so that you can finish by 6, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Adam? Nope. Adam, thank you for being brief and sharing your thoughts. Maggie Panter, is the next deputant. Maggie's not connected. Oh, she is. Oh, hello, Maggie. Maggie, when come on, sit in the chair. But I just want to give you a couple of tips. Try to project your voice like I'm doing now, okay? And keep your papers down because the camera on the laptop is what's actually being broadcast. And if you come up, we can't see you at all. Okay?
Okay. Hi, I'm Maggie Panter, a member of the Church of the Holy Trinity and a citizen of Toronto. I don't speak in public very often and I'm very nervous, but this is very important to me. I'm here to request and to register my concerns to the proposal at a 59-story addition on top of the already existing 10-story office tower at 483 to 491 Bay Street and 20 Albert Street. I have three major points: damage to the church, to the trees, and housing. My first concern is that damage will undoubtedly be inflicted on the 175-year-old church. We are still dealing with the injury that the Eaton Center inflicted on our house of worship since construction started. Further assault to this venerable structure could mean the end. My second concern focuses on the green space. There is a lack of green space in downtown Toronto. Presently, this is a lovely oasis with 35 trees and a labyrinth. Most of the trees would be destroyed and the labyrinth severely impacted. What is the strategy for protecting the trees? If the trees are destroyed or damaged, which is likely, how does this impact Toronto's tree canopy target? Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, there is the issue of affordable housing. I have to assume the plan includes affordable housing as per the new inclusionary zoning policy. However, we know that so-called affordable housing is not actually affordable for most. What does this proposal do to address the city's targets around housing? Having lived in Toronto most of my life, I strongly feel this does nothing to increase its livability. I urge you to think of the quality of life for those of us who will be here for years to come. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Maggie, thank you so much for coming down and sharing your thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have is Mansour Karazuni. Not here? Okay. Stella Savage. No? Okay. Jesse White.
The host has unmuted me and then muted
There
me.
you go,
Now,
Jesse.
there we
Hi,
go.
welcome. So Jesse, you'll have 5 minutes to address us. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and to the council. My name is Jesse White. I'm a solicitor for the church wardens of the Church of the Holy Trinity. As you know, the church and Trinity Square Park are just north and east of the proposed development here. And I, like a few of the people before me, am here today because my client has some concerns about this application. And those concerns were provided in a letter. They were delivered to you yesterday by my colleague David Tang for your review and consideration. I just want to address a few of those comments in the next few minutes and get everybody home by 6. My comments are related to the city's policies in the official plan and the downtown tall buildings, the supplementary design guidelines that the city did adopt through its official plan process, maybe not entirely in line with the way it was characterized by Mr. Brown. The policies lay out where tall buildings can be, and that tall buildings in downtown Toronto need to consider impacts on parks and heritage buildings. Those are the two things I'm just going to talk about briefly. And we believe this proposal in its current state has failed to do so. I want to provide a little bit of helpful context about the church and about the park. On the church, along the south wall, are these four beautiful stained glass windows that they represent the Holy Trinity, which is where the church gets its name. And it's important that they're on the south wall because they get all the benefit of the natural light and the sunlight coming through in the midday hours, shining through them and casting their images across the floor of the church. And the shadow from the proposed developments jeopardize that. And I'm going to come back to that in a minute, but I do want to talk about the park as well. The park, as you've heard, was previously owned by the church, was donated to the city a number of years ago, expressly for the purpose of it to serve as a park for members of the public to come as a place to pause and enjoy a moment of peace in the middle of the day. We know that the peace and moments of pause can be kind of hard to get in downtown Toronto, making these spaces incredibly valuable. The other lands around the area, including this proposed development site, were the subject of a number of agreements where the Holy Trinity conveyed parts of their lands to the parties with covenants to limit developments that impact the church and the park and the sunlight on them. Those arrangements, not necessarily the guidelines Mr. Brown mentioned, but those arrangements, those agreements between parties, they inform my comments. They also informed the city's guidelines when it comes to sunlight protection and heritage protections. So as you heard from Mr. Nunn earlier, the arrangements guarantee a certain amount of sunlight across the park all day, each day. The city's official plan, the guidelines for tall buildings require that sunlight. And they make it a point to maximize sunlight for parks when you're considering new tall buildings. And this proposed new zoning doesn't do that. It negatively impacts the park. It negatively impacts the church. My other point, and I'm already at 3.5 minutes, so I'm going to go quickly, is heritage buildings. The church is a heritage building. The subject property here in this site is surrounded by heritage building. The building you're in, Mr. Chair, New City Hall, Old City Hall, are all heritage buildings surrounding this property. And the impacts on new shadows need to be considered when you consider the physical and the visual benefits that these heritage buildings have. This proposed new tower eliminates or severely reduces a key feature of the religious heritage property of the church, being those stained glass windows. The proposed tower it negatively impacts both the park and the church, as we've set out in our letter, and the guidelines and the official plan say that's not acceptable. That they point to certain factors that say they override the ability to locate a tall tower in particular places. And those factors that override it are where it negatively impacts the heritage buildings, like the church, or negatively impacts parks, like Trinity Square. That's all set out in policy 1.3. So the clock has restarted on me, so I'm sure I'm probably out of time.
That was my bad. You've got about 15 seconds left.
I'll wrap it up then with my 15 seconds that the current state of this development proposal goes against those policies. It goes against what the city has adopted and the goals of protecting sunlight. So we would request that the council recommends refusal of this application as it currently stands. We're not against development generally,
Okay.
but
Thank
this
you very
development
much,
as
Jesse.
it is.
We'll call it there.
Okay, thank you,
Are there
Chair.
any questions? Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you, Chair. Jesse, you mentioned that the letter was sent to all of the councillors yesterday. Have you been in touch with city planning or city legal about these agreements before today or yesterday?
I was not personally in touch with them. I would have to check in with my colleague David Tang, who's the partner that I work with,
Okay,
who couldn't be here today.
thank you.
Sorry.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Jesse, thank you for presenting to us today. The next deputant I have listed is Zachary Grant. Not connected? Is Zachary in the room? No? Okay. So that concludes, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Do please come down and introduce yourself. Jennifer's just going to explain the setup to you there.
You want me to what? You can hear it. Okay, I don't have to say me now. Okay, and is the mic working? It is.
Yep.
Am I
We can hear you
speaking loudly?
nice and loud so that the people
Is that loud enough?
listening on the internet can hear you. That's great. Could you tell us your name, please?
Hey, my name is Laura Cooper. I live down on the waterfront, and I used to live down in Midtown at Yonge and St. Clair. And every year for 15 or 20 years, my little community, which managed people from North York, way at Scarborough, the west end of Toronto, would come down once a summer to the labyrinth at Trinity Church, just to walk the labyrinth as a experience. And it's wonderful. People are coming. There are always other people there. I was there recently doing it, walking along, and there were some homeless within it. It was a wonderful feel. It was a togetherness place. It's a great place to be. I want to talk about the labyrinth and more about the Toronto Park, because the World Health Organization has a comprehensive report out about parks and the importance of parks within a city and within the lives of the citizens. And it's pages long. They've developed all the health aspects of parks, the spiritual parts of parks, the fun part of parks, the health part. They've done this big report with a lot of recommendations. And one of the recommendations is that every apartment building or any structure of people should have a minimum of 9 square meters per person of park space that they can go out and walk in right close by. 9 square meters, 250. 9 is the minimum that you need in order to support public health. And so I'm just saying that I think it's something the city should take into account when they're looking at high rises, because who's going to supply these 9 to 50 square meters per person? I don't know that it should be the city. Maybe the developers have to start doing it. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Could you just make sure you're close to the microphone when you're speaking?
You can't hear?
We can hear, but it's better. That's so much better. Oh, it's like we went from some garage band to to Bach.
Do I have to start again?
No, we heard it. This is just much better.
Okay. Now that so that's it about the parks. How much time have I got? Oh, lots of time. I've been to a lot of parks in Toronto. I know a bit about what I speak. During COVID, my sister and I, now known as the Park Sisters, had visited 362 of Toronto parks, and they're fabulous. Kudos to the Toronto Park Department. I know that they would have a lot of input about this particular park because it is so important in the inner city, with the only near park is the cement one across the street from Eaton Center. This is so I just want to put in that about looking at the parks and looking at our responsibility as a city to provide a healthy city to everyone. And sometimes, I will end, sometimes because it is small does not mean that is not significant. This place is significant. So that's all I have.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you. We really appreciate you coming down and sharing your thoughts. If there's another deputy, please do come forward. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff?
Yes, please. I'll be brief. Hoping to ask some questions of legal.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much. Can you let me know when the city or legal department was made aware of the agreements between that were referenced in the deputations?
Yeah, so it was my colleague who, Sarah O'Connor, she reviewed them, and I think my understanding from her is they were just we were just made aware of them on Monday, June 20th.
Okay, and is it the opinion of city solicitor, city legal that that any of these agreements would prevent this application from proceeding to city council?
No, it's our opinion that none of them would stop you from making a decision on the planning applications.
Okay, and just sorry to planning, has city planning spoken to the Church of the Holy Trinity to speak to some of the issues that they raised?
This is Derek Wolfo from City Planning. Yes, I have talked to the church, say about 2 weeks ago when they first gave me a letter indicating all their concerns. And then I met the actual members, a couple of them, maybe 5 or 6 of them, the following Monday on a Zoom, on a WebEx platform. So we talked for about half an hour. And that's when they indicated there were all these legal agreements, which we weren't aware of at that time.
Thank you very much.
Any
I'm
other
good.
questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Buxton Potts, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I do have some amendments and motions here. One is that staff schedule a community consultation, which includes the provision of accessibility resources, just to make sure that everyone can participate fully in the event or in the consultation. And there's also the amendment from city legal through city council that we've, or through the clerk's office that we've been going through all meeting. And then lastly, a recommendation that a working group is set up to consult with the local community, including the church, as part of the site plan process. I'm a huge fan of this church. The building is one I'm sure that you are all very familiar with. It's directly across the street from our building here at City Hall. And I use the Labyrinth, I use that park space, I attend that church for different memorials and celebrations. So I understand how special it is to people, especially in the downtown core. I am, it's unfortunate that we didn't have a chance to review these legal documents, I think, sooner. Our office would have been interested in seeing how we could have worked together, but as with the advice of legal that it doesn't preclude us making this decision, I am moving those amendments and the city staff recommendations.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Any other members wish to speak to the item? Okay, unless there are any objections, I'll take the amendments and the staff recommendations as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. We're doing pretty well here, team. Let's stick with it. I had skipped, I believe, TE 34.45. There are no deputants registered. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on the item? Seeing none, the item is 2323 through 2329 Yonge Street zoning bylaw amendment application final report. I believe this is, are there any questions of staff? No, I believe this is yours, Councillor Matlow.
You are, excuse me, you are correct. I'm going to move staff recommendations, and I believe that there is one of those indexing provision amendments.
Okay, do you need to make any comments, or is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll take them together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.47, 506 through 516 Church Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, final report. We have deputants. The first is Peter Green. Peter, you're connected. Can you say something so we can see if we can hear you?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Okay then, Peter. You have 5 minutes with which to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Peter Green, and I appreciate the opportunity to address council. My deputation concerns the non-residential commercial units on the ground floor of the proposal of 506 to 516 Church Street. Increasing the housing supply is critical, so I'm really not here advocating against this development. However, this development is also an opportunity to strengthen the LGBTQ+ community by increasing queer public spaces. In its current form, this amendment represents a net loss for our community. Despite accommodations that mitigate that loss, make no mistake, this is still a net loss for the LGBTQ+ community. I'd like to address 4 ways that this hurts queer public spaces. First, Boutique Bar will be fully wiped out. Second, this lot is the site of a major stage during Toronto Pride. This will also be wiped out. Third, I wanted to address Cruise and Tangos, and apologies for the siren going by. So Cruise and Tangos will close for years because of this. This development puts it at risk of not returning after that period. If it does return, it will do so at a significantly reduced square footage. As well, the World Pride mural will be removed. It may be insignificant to some of you, but this is our heritage. This is undoubtedly an overall loss for this queer space. Fourth, and finally, I'd like to address the other proposed ground floor commercial spaces along Church Street. This zoning amendment does not provide sufficient detail for how it will encourage independently owned and operated LGBTQ+ small businesses. Corporate franchises have really sanitized so many other queer spaces in the village, and there are insufficient mechanisms within the proposed amendment to prioritize that the businesses will be queer and independently owned. So in summary, please make no mistake, this zoning bylaw amendment in its current form it still represents a net loss for the queer community. These are gradual acts of colonization that sanitize queer neighborhoods and queer public spaces. Colonization can sometimes be incremental and accidental, and this is one of those cases. I urge you to vote against this bylaw application until it can be improved. Though boutique bar and the backlot stage space that's used during Pride appear to be inevitable casualties, there are a few ways that this proposal should be improved. For Cruise and Tangos, its current square footage should be maintained, and to strengthen the existing leasing agreements that guarantees their right to return. As well, I wanted to address the non-residential ground floor commercial units as well. The minimum number of non-residential ground floor units proposed is currently 2. This should be increased to 4 or 5 units to encourage small businesses rather than another corporate franchise. Next, if they aren't already, these units should be rent controlled, so they remain accessible to independently owned businesses. It's not clear to me if they are or they aren't, so fantastic if they are. And finally, rezoning should be conditional on tenancy policies that give first priority to LGBTQ+ commercial tenants. Our community's queer spaces are getting wiped out with encroaching developments in the village. Please vote against this bylaw amendment application and let Greywood Developments come back to you with an application that strengthens queer public spaces rather than chips away at them. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions? No? Peter, thank you so much for making a deputation here today. The next deputant we have listed is Louis Tinker. Louis?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello. Welcome to the meeting. Louis, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair and members of Council. I'm Louis Tinker, a land use planner and partner at Bousfields. I'm here on behalf of Greywood Group, the owners of the site for the application that's before you. I'm also joined by Siobhan Hutton, who is listed as the next speaker. She's the Director of Development for Greywood and available to answer any questions that you might have as well. We're here to ask you to support City Council's or City Planning Division's recommendations to City Council to approve the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. I also note that Councillor Buxton Potts does have a motion to bring forward to you that in some respects, I believe, responds to some of the concerns raised by the previous deputant. And I can just concur that my client has reviewed that motion and supports that amendment to the recommendations. The recommendations that are before you are a result of an extensive over 2-year collaborative process that involved direct outreach to various community stakeholders. It also included a dedicated project website and involved engagement with the existing commercial tenants on site. And in particular, I can say that the owners of Cruise and Tangos were integrated constantly and engaged constantly throughout this process with the wider community. There were at least 3 working group sessions that were hosted by the former councillor Kristen Wan-Tam, city planning staff, and this included a broad range of stakeholders from the Church Wellesley Village and the 2S LGBTQ community. They raised a number of really important issues that were specific to their community, and one of which was about independent retail and about the support that Greywood would be giving to the existing tenants on site, and a particular emphasis again with respect to Cruise and Tangos. Based on the feedback that was provided during those group sessions, there has, along with any commenting from other commenting agencies at the city, there was a number of revisions that were made to the proposal and a number of provisions that were included in the draft zoning bylaw, which go over and above what would typically be included in a draft zoning bylaw for a project like this. And in particular, you can see that there were a minimum number of retail units were included in the bylaw. There was also a cap placed on the size of those units as well to ensure that they wouldn't be occupied by large format retail. There is also, we had to strike a balance with the bylaw as well, because we want Cruise and Tangos to be able to return back to the site post construction. And because the Cruise and Tangos operation is quite a large format music venue, an entertainment venue, we needed to make sure that the bylaw didn't preclude Cruise and Tangos to return. And in fact, we had to add additional things in to help facilitate that in the future. I know that the motion that will be brought forward by the councillor will include conditions that will seek to give first right of refusal not only to Cruise and Tangos, but to other tenants on the site today. And if they do not exercise the option to return, then there is a mechanism that would allow for other queer retailers or operators to be given also the next opportunity to occupy the future retail, future commercial uses on the site. So just in summary, on behalf of Greywood and their project team, I'd like to thank the members of the working group who volunteered their time to participate in the sessions. As I mentioned, there was 3 of them, and we really appreciated all of their input. We'd like to thank the former councillor and MPP Kristen Wong-Tam, Councillor Buxton Potts, as well as city planning staff, and in particular Matthew Zentner from the planning department. Both myself and Schwan are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either Lewis or Schwan? Seeing none, thank you both for making yourself available today. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Louis, for basically giving my speech for me so that I don't have to talk as long. I do just very quickly want to thank Greywood. When this application came in and it looked like we were going to lose Cruise and Tangos.
Councillor, do you have a motion?
Oh, shoot. Yes, I do. A big one. Part of it is the indexing motion that we've been sending around, and also adding the following to recommendation 5A, that the owner will commit to offer each commercial unit to existing tenants, and will notify the local councillor about vacancies if those tenants do not accept first right of refusal, so that we can help find queer local small businesses to take those sites over. I think that's it. Part of this is also, so basically our office, we all groaned profusely when it looked like we might lose Cruise and Tangos. It is a space, oh, there's the other piece, thank you, the indexing motion. And from the day that the sale and the development was proposed, Greywood has insisted that they are working with Cruise and Tangos, and that the return of this institution was a big part of this development. And we're just really, really happy to see how well they worked with our community. As Louis mentioned, there were 3 working group meetings with stakeholders from across the village, and they really did take the cultural heritage of this project seriously. And we look forward to continuing to work with the applicant and city planning on the site plan, and just really grateful for all of the work that the former city councillor and our office staff put into this project.
Thank you. Any questions for the mover? Seeing none, does anyone else wish to address this item? No. So we'll take the amendments and the item together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. That takes us to item TE 3448. I have a couple of deputants there. Peter Nikolakos. I'll say that again. Peter Nikolakos. Not connected. Neil Lowen. Neil, can you say something so we can hear you?
Hello.
Hi, there you are. Neil, welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You have 5 minutes to make your deputation. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Neil Lowen. I'm an urban planner with Urban Strategies, Inc. I've been managing the development approvals for First Gulf, who's the owner of the site. And that's who Peter represents, but he wasn't able to be here today to speak to it. We've been working collaboratively with the city since 2018 on this application, so it's been a long process, but we've come to a really good place today. There's been multiple public engagements working really closely with the St. Lawrence Neighborhood Association and revised the design in response to what we've heard. And so what you see before you today is a transformative development that will complete the urbanization of the former Toronto Sun Block with a Class A office building, new housing, 2 POP spaces, public realm upgrades to Front Street, and a childcare facility, while maintaining the important retail functions that are valued by the community in this area. And on behalf of First Gulf, I just want to thank staff for their support over the past 4 or so years working through this. It's been a really positive process, and we've come to a really good place, and hoping that members of the Community Council agree. With the staff recommendation, we'll support the motion to approve the rezoning.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Neil? Seeing none, are there any members of the public in the chamber who wish to address the Community Council on this item? No? Are there any questions of staff from the members of the committee? No?
It's
Councillor
work.
Pucks. Yeah.
I just move the recommendations and the amendment on the indexing from City Legal.
Questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to address the item? No? All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34. Oh. Item TE 34.49, 353 through 355 Sherburne Street and 157 Carlton Street, official plan and zoning amendment application, final report. The first deputant I have listed is Andrew Hannaford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Andrew Hannaford. I'm an associate with MHBC Planning, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant UPRC. I want to thank staff for their recommendation report. We agree with the recommendations of that report and ask that staff support those recommendations. I also want to thank staff, specifically Concept Keys staff and our planner, Kasia Kamik, for the significant amount of collaboration that has occurred with the applicant since the initial pre-consultation meeting. The City of Toronto and the applicant are currently engaged in a memorandum of understanding to create up to 500 affordable rental units across the City of Toronto. This is part of that. I'm available to answer any questions of committee. Recognizing that this is a busy meeting, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Andrew? Seeing none. Andrew, thank you so much for making yourself available and for being brief. The next deputant I have is Cesar B. Abrencia. Cesar? Oh, hello, Cesar. Welcome. And Cesar, before you start, can I remind you, speak very closely to the microphone so that people on the internet can hear you.
Can you hear me clearly? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, council members, fellow participants in video conference via video telephone conference, good afternoon to you all. My name is Cesar Abrenica, a retired Canadian citizen of Filipino descent. I am a long-standing member of the congregation of St. Luke's United Church. I was married in this church 50 years ago in the summer of 1972. My two children, all grown up now, were both baptized in the church, and at present I am the chairman of the building committee that looks after the interest of the building property. I am here today with my loving wife with the invitation letter sent by the city clerk office to make views known regarding the proposal of the development of St. Luke's. I understand the community council is interested to receive input and review the material placed before them today in order to make recommendations in the proposed 12-story mixed-use building at 353, 355 Sherborne and Canton Streets. The building will contain 100 rental units, of which 30% would be affordable housing and 3,086 square meters of community space. The proposal includes the removal of two components of the existing church structure, the narthex and the gymnasium, while retaining the rest of the heritage church. A privately owned, publicly accessible space is proposed in the Sherborne Street frontage. This area is the focus of my depositions to the Toronto City Council for your consideration. This deposition will be very quick. Let me declare here that I fully support and endorse the planned project designed to amend the official and zoning bylaw application as prepared by the prestigious KPMG architects. Upon close review of the plan that was presented to the congregation, I have two significant refinements to add for the council to consider. The first is to address accessibility of the pathway leading to the front church door for the convenience of the people with handicaps, disabled, people with walkers or on wheelchairs, and those using wheel-trans. Please note that the road traffic pattern on Sherborne Street with bike lanes on both sides does not allow parking or standing, while parking on the Carlton Street is limited on certain hours of the day. This recommendation of accessibility should be included in the plan is minor, yet reasonable, useful, practical, and will not necessitate undue delay in the processing of the zoning plan. Second, the second major suggestion I would like to stress is for the developers and this council to find accommodation in the plan to have a designated carport area or zone for loading and unloading purposes. The carport area is needed when the church conducts funeral services or wedding events or memorial services and other church activities such as the Daily Bread Food Bank, and the Meals on Wheels program. This carport area can also be shared for use by the ambulance or emergency medical services vehicle or utility vehicles like hydro and gas or fire truck or police activities or construction crew. Due to the limited space, I suggest to eliminate the trees that is on the plan because in the future, these trees will be difficult to maintain and potentially create structural damage to the heritage designated church. Besides, there are already several mature big trees across the
Cesar?
street, Sherwood Street at Allen's Garden.
Cesar, I'm gonna have to ask you to stop there. You're over your time. Okay,
Okay.
thank you so much. Are there any questions for Cesar? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and sharing your story and your thoughts with us. Okay. Next, I have Oh, that completes the listed deputants. Are there any other members of the public? Sir, if you could come here. And I must stress again, speak close to the microphone, right up against it, and the laptop in front of you is the camera, so try not to block it when you're speaking, but right up to the microphone.
Right. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Hallman, and I'm the Secretary of the Board of Trustees of St. Luke's United Church. And I just want to echo the enthusiasm that Cesar had mentioned about this project.
Close.
The congregation is very enthusiastic and supportive of the proposal in front of you. The moniker for St. Luke's United Church as the House of Friendship goes back to the end of the First World War, when the minister at the time saw returning soldiers lost and homeless and in need of help in Allen Gardens congregating there across the street from us. That outreach mission to those in need has continues to today. We have a meal program twice a week that serves over 600 meals to those who are food deprived, including in Allen Gardens and elsewhere in the city. We have been hosting the Daily Bread Food Bank in our facilities for decades. The building, though, is in very bad shape. We are a small congregation now, and this proposal before you has come as a lifesaver. It will provide for the repair and renovation of the heritage architectural sanctuary, not only for worship use, but also as a community performance center. It will create 100 rental units, 30% of which will be rental. It will create what's called the St. Louis Community Hub for a lot of the service organizations in the area who are in need of places to gather to plan for long-term strategic use intended to help address the emergency needs. The community consultation that was held in December was introduced by former Councillor Kristen Montan, who said that she is so enthusiastic about this because this proposal gives back to the community. Rather than being an extractive proposal, it gives back to the community a great deal of public goods. So we are enthusiastic about this. The concerns that Cesar raised, the developer and the architect are working on that, and they are convinced because the whole building will be accessible, those kinds of concerns will be able to be addressed. We really encourage your support of this proposal, and we look forward to moving the next steps to its actual incarnation in reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for coming and making a presentation today. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you. I don't think there's a motion on this, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
No motion.
Great. Just want to echo Cesar and David's enthusiasm for this project, and I hope that you don't think the fact that I won't speak on it long is not a reflection of how wonderful I think this development is, but I want to keep us moving. So we'll move the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, TE 34.50, 883 to 844 Broadview Avenue, City Initiated Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, Final Report. I have a couple of deputants on this. First, Eric Robertson. Welcome, Eric. It's nice to have a deputant here. Eric, I can't stress enough how important it is that you're close to your microphone like that, okay? Thank you very much. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Robertson. I am the tenant referred to in number 4 in the items. I think you know what I'm talking about. And number 5, I guess. I'd like to as quickly try to explain to you that I lived there for 8 years. But apparently, as far as the applicant is concerned, I only started existing 3 weeks ago. So I've tried really hard for a couple of years. I got so I got evicted from the building, and I believe illegally. The applicant went and got a permit from City Hall to demolish the building and went to landlord tenant and got me evicted. When I moved into the building, there was at least 6 units. And I'm really happy to hear that there's so much talk of affordable housing, but I had affordable housing. I work in the film industry, hospitality industry, live in the East End. I lived there for 8 years. And until 3 weeks ago, I didn't exist. These people put me on trial. They've made it so difficult for me. And then 3 weeks ago, 3 months ago, this is what happened. A city planner called me after I lost my home and got evicted. It was a huge stress, obviously, to me. And a city planner called me 3 months ago and said, listen, I want to ask you about this address, 844 Broadview Avenue. You used to live there. And I said, hey, listen, that was a couple of years ago. I don't want to talk about it and stuff. So he said, no, wait, listen, you need to talk to me. He said, because how many people lived there? And I said, well, there was like 6 units. There was like 8 units when I moved in. And, you know, I've been told time and time again, you have a right to return. They have to provide you with an apartment in 4 years. So 3 months ago, a city planner told me you could have a new home in 4 years. You could get a home out of this. And I need your help. So we located all of the tenants in the building. I found that in my unit, in my building alone at 844, there was 4 of us. I was unit 4, and they made an application to develop the building and say only one person lived there. They never admitted that I lived there till 3 weeks ago. I found all of the tenants that lived in all of the units. I can provide them all to you. They bought that property as an income property. It was listed on MLS as an income property. And they say one person. So they came to the city and they said, listen, we want to build this building. Only one person lives there. I live there. And then after 3 years of not having to deal with, a city planner calls me and puts me through a couple months of stress. And you know what they're giving me? What they've offered me? First, it started 3 months ago with you could have a new home. Then it was it's not going so well. You're probably going to get about $30,000. Then about 2 weeks ago, it was like it wasn't going so well. They say you never lived there. And I said, listen, he said, can you provide some tax forms or something? I said, sure. And in less than 15 minutes, I sent back to the planner like Revenue Canada forms from 2011 right through. And so finally they said, okay, he lived there, but he lived there for less than 4 years. So yes, now they're admitting that I existed, but I actually existed there for 8 years. And all the way along, you know, I see these things from Paula and I sign up for landlord tenant legal clinics and stuff. And everyone that I've spoken to is like, you have a right to return. And I said, well, that's great, but who enforces it? Why? And I'm really happy that affordable housing is getting built. That's very important. But there was a guy living in affordable housing in that site. And I lost my home and I've been put through so much over this. And it's amazing that they wouldn't even acknowledge that I lived there until 3 weeks ago. I know I'm at 4 minutes, so just give me one because there's a few other things that maybe I obviously probably missed a lot, but I want to say I had a residential tenancy agreement. Okay, I had an actual lease that said residential tenancy agreement. So I'm not happy with number 4 and 5. I told you about the phone call, right to return. Everyone's told me that. I promise you there was like 8 units when I moved in there. All that I'm asking is for my right to return and to uphold the Rental Protection Act. And I see that I'm within my time, so I thank you all very much. I would be more than happy to speak to you. There's so much more to this, and I really wish that you would listen because this is happening to people all over the city, and it's so unfair.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric. Are there any questions for Eric?
It's Paula. Eric, could you send a copy of that lease into the planner, please? Your lease?
Well, I don't have a copy of the paper lease anymore. And I learned actually from a lawyer who ran the legal clinic that I went to, that I found out from you, that a lease is a lease without even a piece of paper.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Eric.
Thank you.
Are there further
Got it.
questions? No, seeing none. Eric, thank you so much. I know you've been here all day to tell us your story, and I really appreciate you taking the time. Are there, oh, let me just look. The next deputant I have on this item is Jane McFarlane. Jane?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jane, and welcome to Toronto East York Community Council. You have 5 minutes to make your remarks to the community, the committee. You can start anytime you want.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. Jane McFarlane, I'm a planner with Weston Consulting, who is the planner representing the landowner, one of the landowners, because the city does own part of this property, initiating the zoning bylaw amendment, which is being considered concurrently with the city-initiated official plan amendment. I do wish to keep my comments brief today. I do wish to point out that this is a great development that we've got here. We're providing new housing, including affordable housing. We're providing commercial space at grade, which will animate Broadview. We're taking a surface TPA parking lot and locating it below grade, while also increasing the amount of parking that can be accommodated on site. And this is an application that we've worked with many, many stakeholders since 2018, including heavily with the councillor's office, with planning, SEPA, urban design, Create TO, and TPA, just to name a few. I don't want to go into all of the details, but I did hear what the previous deputant did say, and I want to reassure the committee here tonight, that we have been working closely with both planning and SEPA staff to understand what happened at this site, who lived there previously, under what conditions they lived there. We've undertaken site visits with SEPA staff, and a lot of our filings and our material, which represented the one person living there, is really because there is only currently one person at the site. So there is some history. My client, the owner of 840 to 844, only took possession in 2018, and we've been providing all the information that we have to staff and working with them. So we are in support of recommendation 4 and 5 with respect to the tenant matters and relocation items. And we're also in support of all the other recommendations outlined in the staff report. And we hope that committee agrees today with those. So that's all in terms of my comments, although I'm happy to answer any questions, as I know this is a bit of a complex application before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Jane? Seeing none. Jane, thank you for making yourself available this afternoon. The next deputy I have listed is Ari Kirschenblatt. Ari? Okay, Ari is not connected to the meeting. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff?
Yeah,
Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just have one. Ms. McFarlane said the city owns part of the property. I'm going to assume that's the Toronto Parking Authority. Can we have someone on staff answer that? What part of the property the city owns?
Through the chair, this is Shauna Kerr, Senior Planner with the Community Planning. Hi, Councillor. So yes, it's my understanding that the TPA does own the corner property at 8, I believe it's the address is 838 Broadview Avenue, and they've engaged in an agreement of purchase and sale with the city of, with the adjacent landowners.
So the property has not yet been sold?
Yes, I'm not sure if we have somebody from real estate services, but
Let's know. I mean, is it been sold or not sold?
well, it's my understanding it's currently in the ownership of the city, but there is an agreement of purchase and sale, and there's several conditions in that agreement of purchase and sale that need to be satisfied before the purchase goes through and it becomes official.
What are those requirements?
I think one of them is the clearing of the zoning bylaw amendment, getting zoning approval. And I don't have I don't have all the details of the agreement of purchase and sale, but it's something that I can ask my colleagues in real estate services to provide to you.
Yes, that would be great between now and council, just a briefing note, because I'm assuming that that property is still in TPA hands until the zoning bylaw has been completed, correct?
That's my understanding. I'm not sure if there's somebody from the TPA that's on the call right now.
And so this application is being made by the owners of 840 to 844. And how does that cover 838 then?
So 838 is included in the development site, and it's included in the total application. It forms part of the site that goes from 838 to 844 Broadview Avenue.
But is the TPA part of that application or no?
Yes, and it's my understanding that the applicant is RE, the owners. I think it's a numbered company, and they
Right.
are the applicant for the ownership group.
The ownership group, which includes the TPA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all.
Any other members with questions? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. This has been a long, this was not in the area that I previously represented, so I picked this up. And through working with the TPA and CREATE and everyone else, we've managed to put in a number of affordable units into this location. I think it's 18 that would be assumed or operated through a co-op, one of the co-ops for 50 years. So that was a good thing. I am going to ask for approval of all of these recommendations, but give notice that at council, I think there may be something that may happen around item number 4, which just has to do with the tenant relocation and assistance. I need to do a little bit more work with the staff, all concerned, around what is there a right to return of any kind for this tenant? That did go to the landlord and tenant board. There is an order from the board. I don't know the status of that in this application, but hearing that the TPA is also currently an owner, I think we just need to make sure we have everything sorted out completely and well. That's it. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move that motion. Thank you.
Councillor, my understanding is there's an additional motion you need to move?
Oh, yes. Is it? Yes, whatever that is. Please post it up. Thank you. Yeah, it's just got to do with the construction piece.
We can just finish scrolling through.
And this will go to council, so there can be tweaks between now and then.
Very good. Okay, so with the amendment and the item together, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Buxton Potts, pets are not allowed to vote.
But
Okay,
they're allowed to come over to my office though.
there you go. Okay. Next we have TE 34.518, or sorry, 1684 through 1702 Queen Street East zoning amendment application, final report. I have a deputant listed, David Morse. David, are you with us? There we are. David, welcome. And David, as a reminder, and I'm sure they're going to tell you the same thing, you're looking into the camera on the iPad and you are trying to keep your mouth like within an inch, if you can, of the microphone.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is David Southfields Inc., and I'm the planning consultant to Queen Kingston Holdings Inc., owner of the property at 1684 to 1702 Queen Street East. On their behalf, I would like to thank Councillor Bradford His chief of staff, Ashley Millman, community planning, including Kasia Kamich and Ranchen, heritage staff, including Michael Seaman and Guy Zimmerman, for all of their hard work on this application. Since the initial submission in 2019, our team has collaborated with the city to ensure the sensitive redevelopment of the site with an appropriately scaled mid-rise building containing a high proportion of large family-sized suites with 3 bedrooms and large outdoor amenity spaces, including the retention of the Murphy's Law Pub building. This development will help facilitate the continuation of the beach neighborhood along an underutilized stretch of Queen Street East through the application of the Queen Street East Urban Design Guidelines. The owner would also like to thank the surrounding community and express their commitment to the beach neighborhood. Since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, the owner has collaborated with Councillor Bradford and city staff to accommodate a women's shelter within the former Days Inn building at the west end of the site. The owner is also pleased to note that Murphy's Law will be extending their lease and will return to the existing space once construction is complete. So I'll just make it really brief. I agree with the recommendations in City Planning's report, and I support their recommendation for approval of this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? David, thank you so much for spending your afternoon with us and most of the day, actually, and for your deputation. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? I don't see any. Are there questions of staff? No? Councillor Buxton Pox, I believe this is yours.
I think it's me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bradford. Guys, I'm like, it's all starting to turn off up there.
But you're almost done. So
Almost done.
It's all good. Yeah, I'll speak very briefly. I'd like to move the staff recommendations. And, you know, I could just echo the comments of the consultant there. Thanks for coming out and spending your day in the chamber. But really, this has been a really collaborative process. Councillor Layton was talking about his experience with Taz earlier. We've had a great experience with this applicant, including making use of the former Days Inn site to provide shelter services during the pandemic, which was really great. The retention of the heritage property, incorporating that into the design, the retention of the beloved existing restaurateur, Murphy's Law, they will be back, and a product that's going to be a great addition, I think, to the neighborhood and a gateway to the East End. So happy to support this, and could not conclude without offering a big heartfelt thanks to Carly Bowman and her team, Kasia, the heritage staff. I know this was not easy. I know sometimes you receive reports and drawings and things pretty late in the game that did not, work on a timeline that would be reasonable. You were burning the candle at both ends to get this and many other things done. So that's not lost on me. I'm grateful for that, and thank you for your help in getting this over the line. So with that, we can vote on it.
Well, I got to check if any members have questions for you.
That's true. Fair enough.
They don't seem to. If any of them want to speak, and they don't want to. And now you can call the vote.
Hey, here we go. You can call it, and I'll support it.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay. Item TE 34.52, alterations to heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 1404 and 1420 Yonge Street, and a demolition of a heritage property at 1406 Yonge Street. We have one deputant listed, Mr. Adam Brown.
Good afternoon again. I'll be real quick. We support the staff recommendations, but we understand it probably is going ahead with the other report without recommendations. So thank you.
Perfect. Any questions for Mr. Brown? Nope. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation? No. Questions of staff? Don't see any. Councillor Mapp.
Adam Brown's deputation was so convincing that I will agree with his understanding that I'm sending it to council without recommendation, along with the other report.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is TE 34.53. We have a deputant, Adam Wynn. Adam? Not connected to the meeting. Okay. And we've done.
Are you ready for 34.10?
So we have just now completed all of the 10 a.m. items.
Mr.
Sorry?
Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
remaining 10 a.m.
Hang on. One moment. I got excited there. We have one more of the 10 a.m. items. TE 34.53, 518 Church Street, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Buxton Potts.
I'd like to move staff recommendations, please.
Questions the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, and with that, we have now completed all of the 10 a.m. items. I feel great. I don't know about the rest of you, but I feel great. So,
Mr. Chair?
Councillor, just
Sorry.
let me do my thing for a minute. I know you're eager, but we're down to just a few items now, and I'm just going to run through them, returning to the agenda order, which is doing 3410 first, which
exactly,
is one.
yes.
I know 1801 through 1807 Eglinton Avenue West zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application final report. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. So this is one, another one that we, as you heard yesterday, we literally had to work into yesterday and today to just resolve some final issues. But I can move ahead with supporting staff recommendations along with, is the CBC index thing there too? I believe it would. Yeah, thank you. And simply to say that this once again, with respect to the test of whether or not it leaves the area better than they found it, yeah, this is tall for Dufferin and Eglinton. But the community agency space that we're achieving in the base for Little Jamaica is so important and so helpful that the benefit is just it's undescribable how meaningful this is. And I also want to say that that one of the intents that we're hoping to achieve there, and this is feedback that we've heard from the community, from consultations that we've held, including meetings that I've held with Black Urbanism TO, is for a community health space, like a health hub to support both mental and physical health, along with the park as well. I mean, there's really, really important things that we want to achieve here, and we certainly don't want to gamble these benefits at the Ontario Lands Tribunal that would most likely, if not certainly, approve the building without these really important benefits to the community that we've been asking for. I'm reporting this to you, but I want to acknowledge so much of the substantive work here is our planner, Sipo Mapengo. This is part of Sipo's legacy that she's leaving in this community. It is due to her hard work. And I want to acknowledge her outstanding work on this file, along with the support of my planning assistant, Jasmine Mohammed. I support moving forward, and I'd appreciate yours as well.
Questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak? We'll take the amendment and the item together as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 34.31, 224 to 240 Adelaide Street West zoning bylaw amendment final report. Councillor Mihevc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. This was one of the this is a big development site. However, there were no deputations.
Do you have a motion, Councillor?
Yes, I'm just prefacing this short sentence with the amendment suggested by the solicitor and the staff report. I'd like to move forward, noting that it is a big development, but all the things are in place to make it a good development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, I believe we have TE 34.50, correct? Oh, we've done 50? Okay. Look at that, we're in better shape than I thought. Okay, TE 34.54, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement 508 and 510 Church Street, Ward 13. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Happy to move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 34.108. I have a motion on this item. It's traffic and safety conditions review, Rivertown. Oh, my notes are a mess. I am so sorry, guys. My notes are a terrible mess. Item TE 34.59, inclusion on the City of Toronto Heritage Registrar, Danforth Avenue, Segment 2, Cultural Heritage Resource Assessment. Councillor Fletcher. Can they hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yeah? Paula, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, we'll come back to that. Item TE 34.104, Liberty Village Public Realm and Community Services and Facilities Study Update Report. Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much. I have an amendment to the staff recommendation. The amendment allows the park to go forward with a number of parking related studies to accompany to also go forward to study how the parking that it currently exists on that particular property is identified in the surrounding community, but it does allow the park to go forward, as has been supported by, I am now the fourth councillor in the last 7 years. This has been 7 years in the making. Councillors Perks, Layton, Cressy, and now myself. And I've spoken to the CEO of the Parking Authority on it. They know that this was coming. And yeah, so I'm hoping for your support on the motion as amended.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, I see you're back with us. I had forgotten to deal with TE 34.59, the inclusion on the city. Right.
Yes, I just have one motion the clerk has there, please. Thank you. Thank you, Ellen.
This is item 59.
Yep. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. With that, we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now we will do TE 34.108, Traffic and Safety Conditions Review, Rivertown. I have a motion on that item. No, it's fine. Can I just say it's amazing we're accomplishing anything at all? Okay, there's my amendment. It deletes one of the paragraphs and replaces it with a slightly different configuration on a pilot basis. Okay, so we'll take the amendment and the item together. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Next, we have item TE 34.157, traffic calming speed humps at Machaki Road. Councillor Bradford, this is your last chance.
Yep, ready to go. And I am happy to move the alternative recommendations outlined in the report, please.
Okay. That's to poll and then if necessary. Okay. On the alternative recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 34.165, 2022 maintenance work at Donald D. Somerville Olympic Pools. Are there questions of staff on this? Or are we just going to do it?
I have questions of staff.
Okay, go ahead.
How much more do we have on this in terms of trending towards our 6 o'clock deadline?
We're actually doing very, very well.
Okay, so I can ask the questions then.
Yeah,
if that's okay.
absolutely. This is important. I think you need to do this.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much. And do we have Parks on the line here?
Will be just a moment.
Okay.
To the chair, Donna Kovachis is waiting to get on. She's on as an attendee and she just needs to be promoted.
Thank you, Andrea. We'll get to work on that.
Thank you.
Councillor, I'm here now.
Hi, Donna. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, you're stuck doing this one. Questions about what happened here with the Somerville pool. And when I read the report, I appreciate everyone getting that pulled together, but it still leaves a lot of questions here. Admittedly, it's a short report. So when we were preparing the pool for the 2022 season, staff discovered, as I was told, inclement weather had damaged the liners. So I want to know, what day did we determine that the liners of both the 25 and 50 meter pools would require a full replacement?
The definitive decision, a decision from our vendor in terms of them requiring full replacement occurred during the first week of June. So initially, Councillor, initially in early April, we started the review of the work requirements that were required for the pools. We do inspections annually in the springtime. At that time, we noted that there was several pieces of work that had to require at the pool prior to it opening. Some of that work included deck repairs, as well as the liner, on top of some of the amenities that needed to be updated. That
So
work.
sorry, Donna, you said early April?
Sorry, Councillor, was actually mid-April.
Okay, mid-April, you discovered that the liner would need to be replaced.
We discovered in our inspections that there was a series of work that had to be done at the pool prior to it opening. That included deck repairs, as well as work on the liner. Additionally, some repairs to the guard chairs as well.
Okay. I don't care about the deck or the guard chairs, because the catastrophic failure, as it's been described, is in the liner. So that was mid-April. So that was a month, a full month, if we call, no, 2 months, 2 months before I heard about this in my meeting with PF&R on June 15th. So what steps happened between mid-April when you discovered that the liner was compromised and coming to me 3 days before we closed the pool for the season on June 15th? What happened?
So we initiated the repairs counselor. So the first step in the repairs, there's some sequencing that has to occur in terms of what repairs are required at a pool. So the first sequencing of repairs that were required to be done were the deck repairs. The deck repairs cannot be done at the same time as the pool liner repairs or after the pool liner repairs because they would damage it. So that work took approximately 5 weeks. That work began
So sorry, hang
shortly
on.
after the inspection.
Repairing the deck would damage the liner?
Repairing the deck is required in sequencing to be done prior to any work on the pool basin. The deck repairs are concrete work. It requires chipping out the concrete. It requires pouring in new concrete, etc. So yes, in terms of sequencing and how the work occurs, the work on the deck, which includes the ceramic tiles within that come inside the pool, plus around the deck, has to be done prior to.
So 5 weeks. So you made this determination mid-April. So 5 weeks, that takes us to what, third week of May? Is that correct?
Correct. And at that point, the pool basin was re-examined again, and all of the repairs that were required within the pool liner were documented, and we reached out to a vendor. This is not work that we do in-house.
Right. Why wasn't that done, understanding what was required with the liner when you did your initial assessment in April? Because what I'm hearing then is we did the first piece on the deck, we spent 5 weeks doing that, and then we looked at the liner, and then we determined what was needed with the liner.
I wasn't clear. We did note that there was repairs required for the liner, but once the deck repair was done, it allows us to clean out the basement, and we were to document more fully what the full extent of the repairs were required on the liner.
So I've
At
seen
that
some of these.
point,
I've seen these pools when they're not in use. Like, in fact, sometimes they're pumped empty. Why did we not, if we had an indication that the liner was compromised back in mid-April, why did we not take the steps to bilge or remove the water in the bottom of the basin of the pool to get a better assessment done? Why did we not do it in parallel with the deck exercise, fully understand the extent of the liner compromise rather than waiting 5 weeks to push this back?
we thought the liner could be repaired as it has been in the past, Councillor. So the repairs were initiated, and once the repairs were initiated, it then became known from the vendor that if it's no longer repairable, it's past that point of being able to be repaired. Hence the replacement.
I'm having a hard time understanding why we thought it was repairable in April, and recognizing we don't repair it, the city doesn't repair it. You have a vendor contractor in there, whoever, is going to do the work. What changed in their evaluation in mid-April to June 15th, where it was determined this is in fact catastrophic liner failure, unrepairable?
From what I understand, and we'd have to get more specific details from the vendor if you would like, but I understand there was no longer any material left to be able to mend together and for the liner. It was just past the point of being able to do any more patching.
So I would have a hard time understanding, recognizing, not a pool owner, not a pool liner expert, but how did the material disappear or, present itself as such in one way mid-April to mid-June where we just determined there's not enough material there? It's a good
Again,
question to ask our contractor or whoever's doing this work.
We can get more details specifically on that if you require, Councillor, definitely. But I will say the liner repairs have been ongoing sort of annually. So, we were under the impression that they would be repaired, and until the vendor started the work, that's when it became known that it was no longer repairable.
So it still takes us to the third week of May. I guess I'd like to understand why, my office was contacted June 15th, which I believe was the Wednesday. I don't have the calendar in front of me, but Wednesday, and the pool was scheduled and on the website supposed to open on Saturday. I know we changed the website, but why did it take until June 15th for the local council to be notified about this?
So June 6th is when the vendor came back to us and definitively tell us it could no longer, that there's no way that they could repair it. We then took approximately a week to look at that point to what are our options, what is available to us, how can we mitigate any of the impacts, and to source out to see if we can source out something that to replace the liner. And that's where we're able to come up with the option to expedite liner repair, the liner replacement for the 25-meter pool, and also to mitigate some program impacts. And at that point, we reach out to your office, Councillor, to provide you that update.
Is the person who repairs the liner the same person that replaces the liner?
Yes, Councillor.
So would they not have had a sense, because now we're going to get into all the delays of the procurement on liners, and you've been able to expedite that, but who are we working with as a contractor, and why wouldn't they have the wherewithal to sort of flag this for you, presumably a pretty big client of theirs, that, hey, we're going to have some supply chain issues with liner replacement, when they originally flagged this back in mid-April that there were liner issues, and then 5 weeks later when they determined that the liner could not be replaced. It just sort of seems like some of these activities should have happened in parallel, and instead they were linear. And so now we have a pool that's closed until into August, and one pool that's not going to open at all. Are those good questions? Like, what sort of accountability do we have with our vendors who we're going to for advice and materials and installations on these sort of things to be asking these people?
It is a long-standing vendor that we worked with. They are an expert in pools, and they have given us good advice in the past. But I understand your frustration, and I'm happy to pass. I'm happy to pass that along, Councillor. But they tried their best to repair it, and they're working with us in order to expedite a replacement of that liner for the 25-meter pool that they have been able to source out.
Okay. I lastly, and I know the committee's indulging me here, I want to talk about service impacts. What actions have we taken to mitigate the impacts on pool users this year? And what are we doing to make sure that as we move forward with what was planned state of good repair work in 2023, we're also not coming back to folks and moving them around and canceling pool time and cutting back service hours? So how can we use this downtime in the middle of the summer, which of course is the absolute worst time for a pool to be down? How can we use that time to make sure that we're advancing work that needs to be done so that we're up and running 2023 proper?
Sure. So our staff in our capital section, they are working on bringing on a consultant to do that work in preparation, scope out everything that's sort of required on the rehabilitation to ensure that we're ready to go as soon as possible. We'll have a better understanding on timelines once they scope out the full sort of requirements of what's required. In terms of impacts on programming and impacts to the public, Councillor, we have worked directly with the permit holders, contacted them, and have been able to locate them to nearby facilities for their same permit times. In terms of lanes swim and leisure swim, we've been able to look at nearby locations as well and extend those hours. And for staffing, we've been able to offer additional shifts at nearby locations for those instructors as well.
When's that consultant report coming back?
They are working on getting the consultant on board, so I can't give you a definitive timeline on when the report will be ready. But
who's working on getting the consultant on board? Is that PF&R? Is that procurement? Who hires them?
It'll be through our capital planning section.
So capital planning, PF&R, have they issued is that an RFP process? Has that gone out?
I don't believe it's gone out yet, but they are looking to have them on board in early September.
Has anything changed? Because this was planned for 2023 capital work. Has anything changed with respect to the urgency of this project now that a bunch of this is underway? Do we have an expedited timeline for getting the procurement out the door, to hire the person, to tell us how we're going to do it, so to line up all the capital purchasing and installation?
Yes, you're correct. They are expediting as quickly as they can, and they are moving it up from the original plans, Councillor.
So you're anticipating the consultant will be hired in September, or you're anticipating the RFP will be in the market in September?
The RFP currently is with PMMD, so they're looking at having the person on board in September.
Okay. I would like to be kept very close, not weeks after. I want to know exactly what's going on that. If I can make that request, I don't have a motion to that extent, but no daylight on that. We're going to have to be on top of this. Okay, that's all the questions for me. Thanks for standing in here, Donna, and answering them.
Thanks, Councillor.
Are there any other members of the committee who have questions on this item? No, seeing none. To speak, Councillor Bradford, any
Yeah.
remarks on this? Yeah.
Yeah, just very, I'll try and be quick. I do have a motion. Thanks, Mr. Chair. That follows up on some of the questions to staff, mitigating impacts on pool users within the community, and frankly, hopefully some lessons learned from this experience. Firstly, it's directing inspections of city outdoor pools to take place earlier in the season and to better identify the problems. As you heard in my questions, I get frustrated with the sort of linear approach to these rather than moving things in parallel. I still have a lot of questions about this, just being mindful of the time, and I will have follow-up conversations with our Parks Capital. But we need to do better. We need to do better on this stuff. And to have a pool like Somerville down prime time, 2022 as things are coming back online, it's just not good enough. It's unacceptable, and I think we need to do better. I am concerned. I remain concerned about the timing and the sequence, getting out there in April and not fully understanding the extent of the problem that we were dealing with, especially if this provider is a real expert in pools and has done a lot of work with us. I just, again, sorry if I'm not smart enough, but it's hard for me to get my head around how you can, think that you can fix it in April and then 2 months later it's catastrophic failure. And then, oh, by the way, we're not able to procure a 50-meter pool liner this summer, so hang on till next year. That just drives me to frustration, and that's what you're hearing here. The second piece, it's a couple requests to the changes of the programming at Qantas as well as Monarch Park and Greenwick pools, who have all stepped up to help accommodate the closure of this one. I do want to thank staff for their efforts to try and mitigate the impact on our rec users and relocate those permit holders nearby. Unfortunately, one of the things that users, and I think particularly those who participate in lane swim, they value Donald Somerville Pool. It's the 6 a.m. lane swim. That's a big part of their days in the summertime, something everyone looks forward to. And the lane swim sessions at the other pools that residents are being directed to, they don't have lane swims earlier than 10:30 a.m. So hoping to achieve some more like for like and some earlier options for those who start their day off with lane swim. If you ever saw me in a pool, you would know that's not me. I just sink, but I get that there's a lot of people that do that. And lastly, given the SOGR work planned for 2023, I want to make sure that we're coordinating any planned repairs on the liner for the 50-meter pool in order to make sure that we're not down in 2023 again. That would just be, I think, frankly, infuriating for everyone if we were not able to line it up while we have a planned closure this summer, unexpected closure that we're now dealing with. So that's a motion. Sorry to go on about it. This has been a big issue in the community. I'm frustrated. It's disappointing, but it is where we are at. And I do appreciate staff's help with the post-mortem on this and commitment and effort for all of us to try and do better going forward.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover?
Yes, I have a question.
Councillor Fletcher?
My border buddy mover. You'd indicated that, Councillor Bradford, that spillover will go to Greenwood and Monarch. They're being asked to go there, but there's no early morning lane swim. Did you ask or contemplated staff or park staff offering up to change the schedule to accommodate more people now that Don Somerville is down for earlier in the morning or going later in the evening?
That's what the motion is, asking them to look at doing that. I'm not telling them how to do it because I know that there's a lot of moving pieces there, but it is providing additional lane swim hours for permit holders. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Well, that's permit holders to get moved, but then there's just lane swims that permit holders don't use a permit for a lane swim. You just have to call and now you have a lane swim. So I think we should try to.
The second piece says provide lane swim options at earlier hours of the day comparable to those historically provided at Somerville, at Qantas Pool, Monarch Park, and Greenwood. So it doesn't have the specificity of permit holders. Part A speaks to permit holders. Part B
just getting the day longer, the lengthened day. Okay,
that's right.
That's good. Thank you. Because
okay, thank you.
Everybody's coming. They're crossing the border now. They'll be crossing.
That's right. It's only a border for you and me, though. For everyone else, it's just the Big
East.
East.
Just the neighborhood. Yeah.
Any other questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak to this item? No, if we can put Councillor Bradford's oh, we saw it already. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries.
Thanks, everyone.
Item TE 34.241. Oh, okay. We really, wow, these guys are bad guys. Okay. Somebody decided to add 2 more items to the agenda. I need a motion to introduce item TE 34.241 and TE 34.242. All those in favor, I'll move it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Oh, wait a minute. No, I knew about this. I'm getting very punchy. Okay. Item TE 34.241 is a reopening of item TE 27.71 speed hump installation on Chisholm Avenue from Lumsden Avenue to Hampstead Avenue. Councillor Bradford, we need to move to reopen it.
Yes, thanks. I'd like to move to reopen that.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And then on the contents?
Staff just flagged a minor error to amend recommendation 2 to reflect the correct boundaries. So I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. With the minor amendment, we'll move the recommendations in your letter. The clerks have that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 34.242. I need a motion to reopen TE 27.95. Councillor Bradford has moved it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. This is regarding speed hump installation on West Lynn Avenue from Danforth Avenue to the end of West Lynn Avenue.
Yep, and I have a motion, Mr. Chair, just to make a minor amendment here to reflect the correct drawing numbers. So I have a motion to that extent and just move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay, I need a motion to consider item T. I have an item to consider TE 136 from Councillor Bradford. All those in favor? We're now reconsidering it. Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I would just like to defer this item and 137 as well, which we'll deal with separately until the next TEYCC meeting, which will be in the next term, and I understand that.
Okay. On the motion to defer it, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 137, I need a motion to reconsider. Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bradford, the floor is yours.
Same thing. I'd like to defer just to the next meeting of TEYCC. Thank you. Next term.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And I believe that concludes our regular business. Don't go away. There are a couple things to do. We have to do the bills, but before we do the bills, I just want to take a moment and acknowledge the clerks team and the IT team here. We are literally running this meeting off a series of different laptops and iPads being used as broadcasters, microphones, and speakers. It is just astonishing what they did, and that is the same as what has happened all the way through the last couple of years. We've literally been reconfiguring these meetings each time we come, and it's because of the astonishing team that we have. And I particularly want to acknowledge the work of the leader of the team, Ellen Devlin. I've had the pleasure of working with Ellen for a full term and a half term over the last couple of years. And I'll tell you, there are a lot of privileges that come with holding public office, but one of the most important is working with the truly dedicated public servants who make the city of Toronto go. And I'm sure all of you have experienced dealing with Ellen directly over the years. she is that rare person who keeps us crazy elected people on the straight and narrow and make sure that the business of the city gets done. Just today, we did nearly 250, or today and yesterday, we did nearly 250 items, each of which made an improvement in the lives of some people somewhere in the city. And none of that would happen without Ellen's incredible intelligence, her commitment to seeing people's lives work better, and her unbelievable professionalism. It's been a pleasure working with her on this committee, and it's really, I don't know, I find it very moving that we've come to the end of the term after this great partnership that we've had.
Hey,
so
point of privilege before you cut
yes.
me off. Before you cut me
Yeah.
off, each one of us have had opportunities to, whether it be go to the bathroom, get a bite to eat, deal with things. You, Mr. Chair, have been sitting there for the past 2 days, leading this meeting, and I just want to acknowledge your stamina and your dedication to getting the job done so well. I just want to acknowledge what an amazing job of chair you've done every meeting, but this meeting, holy moly, what a marathon you've led, and I really appreciate it. I know we all feel that way.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, we've got some bills.
I'm glad my first meeting was so easy.
Yes, they're all like this, Robin. Oh, just you got a an easy one. Yeah.
By the way, Robin,
Okay.
you aced it.
Yeah, you did very well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws Bill 600 to 625, 627 to 633, 661 to 743, and 747 to 752 prepared for the June 29th. Lourdes is playing with me now. The June 29th, 2020 meeting of the Toronto East York Community Council. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Honestly, this is Lourdes getting like revenge because I kept going too fast for her to get the motions up because I wasn't paying attention to the fact that the machines lag. So now she's going to play with me. Watch, just see if she does it again. I move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 34 on June 29th and 30, 2022. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Does that complete our business? All right, everybody. I'll see you at council. And to this team, thank you, thank you, thank you. 1,000 thank yous.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
That was just, oh my God. Well done. Well done.